Chapter 567. Suppressing the blood demon. Lu Hantian's words were truly shocking. Zhuowen, who was below the black hole, was speechless. Such vulgar words, where was the demeanor of an expert? The blood demon seemed to be used to Lu Hantian's way of speaking. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he said indifferently, "Lu Hantian, for the past 100 years, you've been saying that you want to kill me. It's a pity that after so many years, you've been like a coward, hiding from place to place. If you have the ability, then come and kill me." PFFF. When the blood demon said that last sentence, Lu Hantian and Zhuowen both burst out laughing. The blood demon really didn't understand the ways of the world. He could actually say such words so calmly. "You said it yourself. See if I don't kill you." After saying that, Lu Hantian stomped his foot and the huge blood spear under his feet made a buzzing sound. It pierced through the void and directly swept towards the blood demon in front of him. Insignificant skill. The blood demon coldly snorted. Countless streams of blood condensed and turned into a blood shadow that was several hundred feet tall. Its huge palm slammed down and directly blasted the blood spear away. Then, it stomped its foot and rushed towards Lu Hantian. At this moment, Lu Hantian's expression became more and more serious. For the past 100 years, he had fought the blood demon no less than 100 times. Every time, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, he couldn't be careless at this moment. Lu Hantian was like a red-crowned crane soaring through the 9 heavens. He instantly dodged the blood demon's attack and arrived on top of the blood spear. He stomped his foot again, and the huge blood spear instantly expanded to several zhang in length. With a toss of the dragon, the universe is broken. With a single spear, the borders of the country are destroyed. Ruthless and unparalleled in the world's 100 generations of soldiers, the path of cold condensation is a pit of 10,000 people. As he slowly recited the cryptic poem, Lu Hantian's aura became extremely terrifying. His messy hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. The surrounding air rose like an inverted waterfall, stirring up thousands of flowers. He was like a god or a demon, vast and boundless. Spear intent. Far surpassing elementary spear intent, I'm afraid that Big Brother Hantian's spear intent has already reached the advanced intermediate level. Looking at Lu Hantian's imposing spear, Zhuowen could not help but feel his blood boil. At this moment, the spear intent that Lu Hantian had displayed far surpassed the elementary spear intent that Zhuowen had just grasped. Every casual move was so strong that the spear intent could actually shatter space, raise the air, and reverse the airflow. The moment Lu Hantian unleashed his spear intent, the blood devil's gaze turned solemn. He crossed his hands and growled, "Blood slaughter in all directions." Rumble. An earth-shattering tremor spread out. It was unknown when, but below the island, 8 blood mountains rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Lu Hantian was directly surrounded by the 8 giant mountains. Blood demon. Blood slaughter in all directions can't trap me, watch me break it. Lu Hantian's gaze was extremely sharp. With a twist of his right hand, the blood spear fiercely pierced out. Instantly, with him as the center, the space within a radius of a few hundred li collapsed, and the laws became chaotic. This spear had a soul, and it was called spear intent. This was the power of spear intent. Even if it was just a casual spear, it possessed a terrifying might. Rumble. The 8 blood mountains, along with the surrounding space, collapsed one after another. A figure swept out. Lu Hantian's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a spear in his hand, he looked like a dragon or a tiger. Your spear intent has improved again. I really didn't expect that a mere 4th revered realm like you could actually rely on spear intent to reach such a level. Your perception and talent is really admirable. Unfortunately, you must die. Blood slaughter in all directions was broken, but the blood devil was still as calm as an ancient well. Looking at Lu Hantian, his gaze was filled with a trace of mockery. He opened his palm, and the surrounding blood qi surged out violently. Phaseless 7 battles absolute kill formation. Lu Hantian, this is the first time in 100 years that you've forced me to use this move. Therefore, you can die in peace. I won't waste your blood essence, hee. The blood devil's sinister voice filled the heavens and earth. Soon after, countless blood qi in the air above the lone island formed an inverted funnel, hanging in front of the blood devil. They turned into 700 of feet wide blood-red spheres. 7 terrifying auras swept out, wreaking havoc and terror like overturning rivers and seas. Phaseless 7 battles absolute kill formation. The 7 blood-red spheres surrounded Lu Hantian in the center. Countless blood-red chains were formed on the surface of the spheres, and the blood qi was oppressive. Clang! 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 The blood-red chains swept out and covered Lu Hantian with tacit understanding, forcibly turning into a blood-red cage. Lu Hantian looked at the blood-red chains with a grave expression. He coldly snorted and said, "Blood devil. Even the phaseless 7 battles absolute kill formation can't stop me. Break for me." As he spoke, Lu Hantian's long spear swept out, and an even more profound concept leaked out from the tip of the spear. This was a domineering aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! 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 The spear shadows that filled the sky turned into a terrifying hurricane, spreading out in all directions. At this moment, the spear in Lu Hantian's hand seemed to have a life of its own, and endless spear shadows swept out. Even if Lu Hantian didn't control it, the blood spear actually moved on its own, and its might reached an extreme. Kacha! The instant this profound concept appeared, the blood-red cage instantly shattered, and countless chains flew out. Following that, the 7 blood-red spheres exploded one after another, and a figure swept out. It was Lu Hantian. What a powerful spear intent! This Lu Hantian spear intent is even more terrifying than before. Could it be that it has already reached the highest level, the peak of perfection? When the phaseless 7 battles absolute kill formation finally broke, the blood devil's expression finally changed. Lu Hantian's current strength had somewhat exceeded its imagination. It even suspected that Lu Hantian had been hiding his strength when they fought before, and now it was all revealed. Die! Blood devil! A roar like the morning bell and evening drum resounded between heaven and earth. Lu Hantian wielded his spear like an arrow, and instantly arrived in front of the blood devil. He waved the blood spear in his hand, and a terrifying concept exploded out, almost distorting the space between the two, and countless black holes appeared. Clang! However, when Lu Hantian's blood spear finally pierced the blood devil's body, the sound of metal clashing slowly reverberated between heaven and earth. The blood spear actually didn't leave a single mark on the blood devil's body. Ha! Lu Hantian, don't you know? I am an ancient blood devil. Although my physical body was once destroyed, even if this is a temporary true body, it's still not something that you can shake. Even if your spear intent has reached the peak of perfection, it's still impossible, because you're still not an Emperor Realm expert. The blood devil laughed heartily, and a mountain-like palm descended from the sky, directly smashing onto Lu Hantian's head. Lu Hantian wasn't afraid, and the spear in his hand trembled. Spear intent erupted, and the power of heaven and earth turned into tortoise shells that surrounded his body. Dang dang dang! When the two collided, Lu Hantian was repeatedly pushed back in the air. He groaned, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Below, Zhuowen had already passed 4 rounds of the tribulation of heaven and earth. When he saw Lu Hantian being pushed back, he couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Why isn't Big Brother Hantian using the demon-suppressing green coffin? Could it be? Staring at Lu Hantian, who was continuously retreating, Zhuowen revealed a thoughtful expression. What's wrong? Lu Hantian, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you clamoring now? Or have you already given up? The blood devil stomped his foot, and his attacks were like a storm, pouring down towards Lu Hantian. With his terrifying physical body, the blood devil wasn't afraid of Lu Hantian's attacks at all, because in his opinion, Lu Hantian wouldn't be able to break through his physical body no matter what. Boom! With another palm strike, Lu Hantian was sent flying like a rubber ball. He spat out a mouthful of blood and barely managed to stop himself 100 meters away. However, his eyes were full of vigor. At this moment, the blood devil no longer placed Lu Hantian in his eyes. There was no suspense in the battle between them. If Lu Hantian's cave dwelling hadn't been exposed, Lu Hantian might have been able to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Hantian's cave dwelling had been exposed. Even if he wanted to escape, where could he escape? This entire island was under the blood devil's surveillance. As long as he couldn't leave this island, Lu Hantian wouldn't be able to escape. Only death awaited him. I'm done playing. Lu Hantian, you can die now. A trace of impatience appeared on the blood devil's face. He suddenly threw out a huge palm, preparing to annihilate Lu Hantian in one fell swoop. Facing the huge palm that was getting closer and closer, the light in Lu Hantian's eyes became more and more intense, and the corner of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a brilliant smile. Blood devil. The one who will die won't be me, but you. After muttering those words, Lu Hantian's expression was extremely calm. He slapped his right palm behind his back, and a monstrous green light filled the sky. A bronze coffin flew out from Lu Hantian's back and floated above the blood Magatama's head. Then, the bronze coffin expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was several thousand feet tall. It was several times larger than the blood devil's body. Bang! A soft sound rang out, and the lid of the bronze coffin slowly opened. An earth-shaking aura overflowed, and the bronze coffin flipped over, directly enveloping the blood devil. What? This is, the demon-suppressing green coffin. Ah, damned Lu Hantian, so you didn't resist before because you were waiting for this opportunity. You cunning human, damned human. A trace of fear finally appeared in the blood devil's eyes. Endless green light wrapped around the blood devil's body, and actually pulled him into the coffin. No. No. Lu Hantian, let this lord go. This lord agrees to let you out, and give you the inheritance this lord left behind. I only beg you to let me go. At this moment, half of the blood devil's body was already in the bronze coffin. The blood devil repeatedly begged Lu Hantian for mercy. After successfully summoning the demon-suppressing green coffin, Lu Hantian's nature was exposed, and he started to show off. Calling me Lord Lu, don't you think it's too impolite? Lord Lu, I'll kowtow to you. As long as you let me go, I'll promise you anything. The blood devil seemed to have seen hope, and he continued to kowtow and beg for mercy. Lu Hantian picked his ear and laughed mischievously. This lord will accept your inheritance. As for you, it's better for you to stay in the demon-suppressing green coffin. The blood devil's expression froze, and he angrily shouted, Lu Hantian, you damned bastard. I should have killed you earlier, you scourge. The blood devil's voice became softer and softer, until there was no more life. Bang. Chapter 568. Aura concealing divine Jadala Hantian grinned and waved his right hand. In the air, the demon-suppressing green coffin gradually shrunk to the size of a few feet. With a swoosh, it was held in Lu Hantian's hand. Blood demon, you should obediently stay in this demon-suppressing green coffin. Hee, but you can rest assured that we will not let go of your nest. We will definitely clean it up. Patting the demon-suppressing green coffin's lid, Lu Hantian laughed extremely lasciviously. Buzz buzz. The demon-suppressing green coffin violently trembled. The blood demon inside had clearly heard Lu Hantian's words and faintly let out an unwilling roar. However, the demon-suppressing green coffin was an item that specialized in restraining evil spirits. No matter how the blood demon struggled, it was unable to escape. Under the blood basin, after seeing the blood demon being sealed by the demon-suppressing green coffin, Zhuowen's face revealed a joyous expression. He knew that once the blood demon died, this space would no longer be able to trap him and Lu Hantian. Zhuowen. Wasn't your big brother handsome just now? The blood demon was killed by your big brother in a few moves. It seems that being too strong is not a good thing. Sometimes, life is just so lonely like snow. A sloppy figure descended from the sky and appeared in front of Zhuowen. Lu Hantian's right hand stopped, and the demon-suppressing green coffin suddenly sat on the ground. Soon after, Lu Hantian struck a pose and sighed like a lonely expert. Looking at Lu Hantian's appearance, Zhuowen's head was filled with black lines. He was originally worried about this guy's injuries, but now it seemed that he was overthinking. Take it. The demon-suppressing green coffin is very beneficial to you. Take it with you. Lu Hantian patted his right hand, and the demon-suppressing green coffin immediately landed in front of Zhuowen. Looking at the demon-suppressing green coffin in front of him, Zhuowen stared and hesitated. Don't be so sentimental. If it wasn't for you, your big brother wouldn't have been able to seal the blood demon, and if the blood demon couldn't be destroyed, I'm afraid your big brother would have to live in this core area for the rest of his life. Speaking of which, it was you who saved me. Lu Hantian waved his hand. When he saw Zhuowen's hesitation, his face was filled with displeasure. Then I'll have to thank big brother Hantian. Zhuowen was not an indecisive person. Since Lu Hantian insisted on giving up the demon-suppressing green coffin, Zhuowen naturally would not reject such a good thing. Looking at the devil-suppressing green coffin in front of him, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the green coffin had changed greatly. Previously, the surface of the green coffin was bronze, but now, there were actually blood-red veins extending from the green coffin, as if they were blood vessels in the human body. This is the phenomenon of the blood demon's power resisting the devil-suppressing green coffin. As if he had sensed Zhuowen's astonishment, Lu Hantian said with a faint smile. So that's how it is. However, that blood demon is so powerful, is it possible for it to escape from the devil-suppressing green coffin? After feeling the power of the blood demon, Zhuowen said worriedly. Lu Hantian smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, the devil-suppressing green coffin is a spirit treasure that can restrain evil spirits like the blood demon. If it was the blood demon at its peak, it would be difficult for the green coffin to suppress it, but the blood demon's body is broken, and only this strand of soul is left, so it doesn't have the strength to escape from the devil-suppressing green coffin. Hearing that, Zhuowen nodded his head, and immediately extended his right hand. Just as he was about to keep the devil-suppressing green coffin into his universe bag, he suddenly froze, and a strange expression appeared on his face. This was because he discovered that in the instant he came into contact with the devil-suppressing green coffin, waves of surging energy flowed from the surface of the green coffin along his arm and entered his body. Moreover, this energy was actually constantly strengthening the world energy in his dantian. This energy. Zhuowen said with a face full of pleasant surprise. Ha! Do you feel it? This energy is the blood demon's energy. To be more precise, it is the energy absorbed by the devil-suppressing green coffin when refining the blood demon. This energy is extremely beneficial to an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator like you. Moreover, the blood demon's energy is extremely vast. Even if the devil-suppressing green coffin wants to completely refine the blood demon, it will probably take 3 years. During these 3 years, the blood demon's energy can be completely converted into the world energy in your dantian. This energy from the blood demon is enough for you to cultivate to the 4th stage of the exalted realm. Lu Hantian said with a smile as he stared at Zhuowen. After absorbing the blood demon, the devil-suppressing green coffin had actually become an extremely rich energy source. This energy source could be continuously replenished for Zhuowen's cultivation and battle. To Zhuowen, this was a great fortune. Thank you, big brother Hantian. Zhuowen cupped his hands gratefully towards Lu Hantian. This kind of fortune was probably something that even a fourth-stage expert would be envious of, but Lu Hantian gave it to him without any hesitation. From this, it could be seen that Lu Hantian really did treat him as a brother. It's a small matter. Also, this devil-suppressing green coffin needs to be in contact with your body in order for the energy inside to be continuously transmitted into your body. I suggest that you carry it on your back. Lu Hantian said solemnly as he waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhuowen was indeed a little hesitant. Lu Hantian's suggestion was indeed good, but the devil-suppressing green coffin was a heaven-rank spirit treasure after all. The aura it emitted was very easy for others to recognize it. At that time, it would probably arouse the greed of others. I know what you're worried about. This is an aura-concealing divine jade, a special treasure used to conceal the aura of spirit treasures. If you hang this aura-concealing divine jade on your body, you can completely conceal the aura of the devil-suppressing green coffin. With that, Lu Hantian flicked his finger, and a black jade pendant shot into Zhuowen's palm. Then, Zhuowen felt that the aura of the devil-suppressing green coffin was completely absorbed by the aura-concealing divine jade. Now, it seemed that the devil-suppressing green coffin was no different from an ordinary coffin. Good stuff. Feeling the weak aura of the devil-suppressing green coffin, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a light. With a pat of his right hand, he directly carried the devil-suppressing green coffin on his back. Immediately, waves of surging energy passed through the meridians on his back and continuously poured into his body, causing Zhuowen to be so comfortable that he couldn't help but cry out. That's right. Big brother Hantian, can you tell me the specific realm of the four venerables in detail? And what is your current strength? Suddenly, Zhuowen asked curiously. Lu Hantian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Zhuowen to ask about the four venerables realm. After pondering for a while, he casually sat beside Zhuowen and said, "Then I'll tell you. With your talent, advancing to the four venerables realm should be something that happens sooner or later. The most important source of energy for a martial artist is the dantian in the lower abdomen. The dantian has endless possibilities, and before the four venerables realm, the dantian is oval-shaped. There is chaos inside, and most of the energy in your meridians is the energy in your meridians. If the dantian is compared to an egg, then before the four venerables realm, the dantian is in an unhatched state. But once your strength reaches the four venerables realm, the chaos in your dantian will give birth to a nascent soul. I call it breaking out of the cocoon and forming a nascent soul. If you can break out of the cocoon and form a nascent soul, then you will officially become a four venerables realm expert. However, at the beginning, the nascent soul will be extremely weak, equivalent to a human child, so you will need to constantly forge and nurture the nascent soul in your dantian. Furthermore, this nascent soul will be of great benefit to you. It can be said that this is your second life. If you die, as long as your nascent soul escapes, you will be able to reconstruct your body and revive. However, this process will take a very long time. After all, the nascent soul is an extremely fragile existence. If you are not careful, your soul will be destroyed. The four venerables realm is divided into four small realms. They are the mystic venerables, sovereign venerables, golden venerables, and heavenly venerables. Among them, the mystic venerables are the weakest, and the heavenly venerables are the strongest. And I am currently at the peak of the heavenly venerables realm. At this point, Lu Hantian's voice suddenly stopped. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen, who seemed to be deep in thought. Heavenly venerables. I really didn't expect you to have reached the heavenly venerables realm. Doesn't that mean you are extremely close to the emperor realm? Hearing that Lu Hantian was a heavenly venerables, Zhuowen's heart could not help but skip a beat. No wonder the blood demon was unable to kill Lu Hantian for 100 years. It turned out that Lu Hantian's strength was actually so powerful. He was probably not far from the Emperor realm. It's not that simple. It's not that easy for a heavenly venerables to reach the Emperor realm. In the Qing Xian Empire, there are many warriors who have reached the heavenly venerables realm. However, only Emperor Qing was able to reach the Emperor realm. It's not that easy to advance to the Emperor realm. Lu Hantian shook his head. Although he also yearned to reach the Emperor realm, it was simply an unreachable dream. Although the peak of the heavenly venerables realm and the Emperor realm were only one step away, breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded in agreement. It was indeed extremely difficult to reach the Emperor realm. Otherwise, in such a vast Qing Xian Empire, for hundreds of years, only Emperor Qing was able to claim the title of Emperor. This already showed how difficult it was to reach the Emperor realm. His gaze paused on Lu Hantian's face, a trace of hesitation appeared on Zhuowen's face. In fact, what he wanted to ask now was what happened in the last Vitality Tower battle. Why was there such a big contrast between the rumors and the Lu Hantian he saw now? Boy! Looking at you, you should have something to say, right? Just say it. Your big brother, will do my best to answer. Lu Hantian noticed Zhuowen's hesitation and said generously. Actually, what I want to ask is, what happened in the Vitality Tower battle? Rumor has it that you escaped from the Blood Demon's inheritance and died suddenly in the house of Marquis Qin. However, it seems that this rumor is obviously not true. What exactly happened in the past? After thinking over and over again, Zhuowen finally asked this question. Unexpectedly, Lu Hantian's face froze and instantly became gloomy. He sighed softly and said, "Don't mention this matter. It's already in the past. You will naturally know after we leave the Vitality Tower. It's not convenient for me to answer now." Seeing Lu Hantian's face change greatly, Zhuowen became more and more puzzled. However, he also knew that since Lu Hantian did not want to say more, he naturally did not need to ask more. Let's go. Let's go to the Blood Demon's lair. There should be a passage out of this space in his lair. Moreover, this Blood Demon has a lot of good things. When the time comes, we can split it half. Chapter 569. Blood Demon's lair. In the center of the island, there was a blood-colored desert that spanned thousands of miles. As the wind blew, the blood-colored sand filled the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flew in the air and looked down at the vast blood-colored desert. This is the Blood Demon's lair. But looking at it now, there's nothing. Zhuowen frowned as he looked around at the desolate desert. Ha! The Blood Demon is much more cunning than us humans. How could they build their lair on the ground? I've been in contact with the Blood Demon for nearly 100 years. I've already deduced that the Blood Demon's lair is under the desert. Back then, we weren't a match for the Blood Demon, so we didn't enter the desert to investigate. But now that the Blood Demon has been sealed, we don't have to worry anymore. Look at how I'm going to break open this desert. Lu Hantian laughed as he stomped on the air. A blood spear that was hundreds of feet long instantly condensed under his feet. Go! With a stomp, the blood spear pierced through the air and smashed into the center of the desert. Instantly, sand and stones flew everywhere. The blood spear actually pierced a black hole that was hundreds of feet long. Let's go. Let's go in. After the black hole formed, Lu Hantian immediately led Zhuowen into the depths of the desert. The two of them advanced for half a day in the black hole. After diving for at least a few thousand feet, they finally reached the end. In the depths of the ground, there was a huge space. This space was filled with blood-colored roots. The strange thing was that these roots were like a pulse that constantly pulsed. In the middle of the space, a blood-colored round egg that was dozens of feet in size stood quietly. A strange heartbeat sound was continuously being emitted from the blood-colored round egg. Blood Demon's origin. I didn't expect the blood demon's origin to exist in the blood demon's lair. The reason why the blood demon spent so much effort to stay in the core area was to cultivate the blood demon's origin. When Lu Hantian's gaze focused on the blood-colored egg, he couldn't help but exclaim. Obviously, this egg had a great impact on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't reveal such an expression. Ha! Who would have thought that the blood demon's origin would exist in the blood demon's nest? Kid, you have to help me. If I can absorb this blood devil's origin, it will be enough to repair most of my spiritual body. The instant Lu Hantian cried out in surprise, Xiao He also cried out in Zhuowen's mind. Her voice was so loud that Zhuowen could not help but cover his ears with both hands. Zhuowen knew that for Lu Hantian and Xiao He to be so moved, this blood devil's origin was probably not simple. Don't worry. If this thing is useful to you, I will help you. Zhuowen nodded as he spoke to Xiao He in his heart. What exactly is this blood devil's origin? Xiao He also realized that she was too agitated. She calmed herself down and said, the so-called blood devil's origin is actually the core power of the blood devils. As long as this blood devil's origin still exists, the blood devils are immortal and indestructible. The blood devil that you sealed just now was probably just a powerful doppelganger of the blood devil. The real blood devil should be inside this egg. Just a doppelganger is that powerful? This blood devil is indeed terrifying. However, if the blood devil's real body is inside, won't we be in danger? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he asked worriedly. Don't worry. Since this blood devil's origin is still in the form of an egg, it means that the blood devil's real body is still in a deep slumber. Moreover, it is still extremely weak. Only when it breaks out of the egg will the blood devil's real body become extremely terrifying. Xiao He shook her head. Hearing this, Zhuowen completely relaxed. According to Xiao He's words, there was no need to be afraid of the blood devil's origin now. The blood devil is indeed cunning. It actually left its origin in its nest. It really is an unkillable cockroach. Watch me destroy you. Lu Hantian obviously knew how powerful the blood devil's origin was. With a cold snort, a blood spear condensed in his hand. With a clang, it directly pierced towards the blood-colored egg in front of him. Zhuowen also did not expect Lu Hantian to suddenly make a move. He secretly cursed in his heart, but it was already too late to stop it. Boom! The blood spear smashed onto the egg, causing the space to collapse and the air to flow backwards. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that the blood-colored egg did not move at all. On the other hand, Lu Hantian continuously retreated. What a sturdy egg! Stopping his body, Lu Hantian's face was filled with shock and anger. On the other hand, Zhuowen lightly sighed. He knew that Xiao He had a way to deal with the blood devil's origin. If it was destroyed by Lu Hantian, Xiao He would probably be flustered and exasperated. Big brother Hantian. Let me try. Perhaps I can deal with this blood devil's origin. Zhuowen suddenly opened his mouth. Lu Hantian was taken aback. Soon after, he shook his head and said, it's not that I'm looking down on you. It's just that you're too weak. If even I can't break this egg, I'm afraid you won't be able to either. Won't you know once you try? Zhuowen faintly smiled. Soon after, he walked towards the blood devil's origin in the center. Lu Hantian shook his head. He naturally did not believe that Zhuowen could destroy the blood devil's origin. After all, he was a heavenly venerate powerhouse, while Zhuowen was merely an ultimate emperor realm cultivator. The difference between the two was too great. Zhuowen arrived in front of the blood-colored egg. He stretched out his right hand and pressed it against the egg's surface. At the same time, a faintly discernible inky black mist drilled into the egg from Zhuowen's palm. The black mist was naturally formed by Xiao He. 5 breaths of time passed, but the blood-colored egg did not move at all. Lu Hantian, who was observing from the side, shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, a clear and melodious sound slowly rang out. Crack. Following that, Lu Hantian's pupils shrank. He discovered that the blood-colored egg that was as hard as a rock had shattered just like that. Is there a mistake? I used all my strength and still couldn't break this blood devil's origin. This brat broke it with a light touch. What the hell is going on? After rubbing his eyes and confirming that what he saw was real, Lu Hantian could not help but swear to express the grief and indignation in his heart. The blood-colored egg shattered. There was nothing inside, but a wisp of undetectable black mist slowly rose and entered Zhuowen's body. Brat. Thank you very much for this time. This Lord Dragon needs some time to refine this blood devil's origin. Therefore, this Lord Dragon will not appear unless there is something important. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind. However, at this moment, Xiao Hei's voice was filled with excitement. It was obvious that she had gained a lot from the blood-colored egg. Zhuowen nodded. He was happy for Xiao Hei in his heart. Along the way, Xiao Hei had done a lot for him. She had even used her own origin energy many times. Therefore, Zhuowen had always felt a little guilty toward Xiao Hei. Now that he was able to help Xiao Hei, Zhuowen felt extremely gratified in his heart. Zhuowen, how did you do it? Why did this blood-colored egg shatter when you touched it with your hand? This is too inconceivable. Lu Hantian stared at Zhuowen and said. Ah. I just touched it, and the egg broke. Actually, I don't know why either. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhuowen made up a lie without batting an eyelid. Lu Hantian did not dwell too much on the blood devil's origin. His original intention was to destroy the blood devil's origin. Since Zhuowen had already destroyed it, he naturally did not need to do anything unnecessary. This space was very large. The two of them began to conduct a carpet search. What surprised the two of them was that the amount of resources here far exceeded their imagination. Emperor-tier armor skills, Earth-tier spirit treasures, 5th-grade spirit herbs, and other rare treasures that were rarely seen in the outside world could be found in this space. Even a powerhouse like Lu Hantian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ha! We're rich. These resources were probably obtained by the blood devil from the cultivators over the past 10,000 years and accumulated in this lair. I really did not expect there to be so many. Kid, we'll split it in half. Hurry up and take them. After saying that, Lu Hantian pounced on the resources in the depths of the space without any grace. He looked like a miser. His hands moved so fast that it was dazzling to the point of being dazzled. Zhuowen did not have time to react. 1/10 of the resources had already been plundered by Lu Hantian. Zhuowen did not hold back. He also pounced on the resources and quickly plundered the resources in front of him. Soon, the resources on the ground had been plundered clean by the two of them. However, Zhuowen's Qinquan bag was running out of space. There were still many resources that could not be stored. Lu Hantian's words carried enormous weight. He said that he would take half, and he really took half. Unfortunately, there were still many resources piled up under Zhuowen's feet. His Qinquan bag was not small, so he could only pile them up under his feet. Take it. This spirit ring is an even higher grade spatial spirit treasure. The space inside is many times larger than your Qinquan bag. Lu Hantian smiled. With a flick of his finger, a cyan ring immediately shot into Zhuowen's palm. Zhuowen's expression changed as he looked at the spirit ring in his palm. This spirit ring was extremely famous. It was a spatial soul treasure that could only be refined by 4 Supreme Being stage experts. The space within it was so large that it was almost limitless. Just this spirit ring alone was worth half of the resources in Zhuowen's hands. It could be seen how precious and rare this spirit ring was. After all, this was a spiritual treasure that could only be refined by 4 revered experts. Big brother Hantian, isn't this too precious? Zhuowen said with some hesitation. Take it. Since you call me big brother, then I, as your big brother, have not given you a greeting gift. This spirit ring can be considered a greeting gift. If you treat me as a brother, then don't be polite with me. Lu Hantian said solemnly with a wave of his sleeve. All right then. Seeing Lu Hantian's resolute attitude, Zhuowen could only accept the spirit ring. After dripping a drop of blood, Zhuowen's heart moved. Immediately, all the resources under his feet were placed into the spirit ring space. This spirit ring space was indeed much larger than his Qinquan bag. In the future, Zhuowen would not have to worry about the space being too small and not being able to take too many things. There are several spaces in the blood demon's lair. This is only one of them. Let's continue to search. Maybe we can find other good things. Chapter 570. How lucky. The blood demon's lair was indeed huge. Furthermore, it was split into many smaller spaces. Although the space barrier was sturdy, Zhuowen had a heavenly venerate powerhouse like Lu Hantian by his side. Thus, the space barrier wasn't a problem. Most of the spaces inside were basically empty. There were even some spaces that contained quite a number of ancient blood clan members. However, Lu Hantian only needed to flick his finger and these blood clan members would basically collapse and dissipate. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. It seems like most of the spaces in the blood demon's lair are abandoned. Lu Hantian said with a frown as the two figures stood in front of one of the spaces. There are still 2 spaces left. Let's take one each. If you encounter any danger, just call out to me. Lu Hantian instructed Zhuowen. His figure flashed and he directly entered the space entrance on the left. The exit to leave the blood demon's lair should be in one of these 2 spaces. Zhuowen stood there quietly. There were 2 vortex entrances in front of him. These 2 were the last 2 spaces in the blood demon's lair. Let's take a look on the right. After saying that, Zhuowen directly entered the vortex entrance on the right. As soon as he stepped in, the space around him changed. Zhuowen only felt his vision blur and the scenery before him became extremely unfamiliar. This space was an underground cliff. Below the cliff, a stream of magma that looked like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens was constantly boiling. The blazing magma surged up, releasing a terrifying heat. Above the magma, 3 balls of light were suspended. When Zhuowen's gaze focused on the 3 balls of light, he was completely stunned. This was because within the first 2 balls of light, there were actually 2 balls of flames of different colors. The first ball of flame was completely white with a hint of blue in between. What made Zhuowen even more surprised was that this white flame was actually emitting a cold aura. It was as if what was in front of him wasn't a ball of flame, but a ball of 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. The second ball of flame was like a purple mist. As it burned, balls of purple mist constantly revolved around it. Moreover, a strange fragrance slowly dissipated from the purple mist, causing Zhuowen's eyes to appear intoxicated. 9 nether cold flame and purple chi from the east. The 2 balls of flames above the balls of light were actually earth fires. Moreover, their might was comparable to the blood flames. Kid, your luck is pretty good to actually encounter 2 types of earth fires here. The 9 nether cold flame and purple chi from the east aren't bad. If you use the fire fusion art, you will be able to fuse the 6-colored refined fire, and its might be powerful. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao He also noticed the 2 types of earth fires above the magma and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Nodding his head, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a blazing light. The fire fusion art was a peculiar secret spiritual skill that he had obtained from a tattered cloth. It could fuse 9 types of earth fires into the legendary extremely powerful heavenly fire. It was said that the heavenly fire was a kind of powerful energy that was comparable to the 4 venerables realm. Zhuowen knew that if he could really fuse the heavenly fire, even if his strength hadn't reached the Four Venerables realm, he would still have the strength to fight against the Four Venerables realm experts. However, for an expert who stood at the peak of the Four Venerables realm like Lu Hantian, a mere heavenly fire wouldn't be able to threaten him. However, the Four Venerables realm was divided into 4 sub-realms. For a heavenly venerables like Lu Hantian, the heavenly fire might not be able to do anything to him. However, the lowest level of the Xuanzuan realm would probably be threatened by the heavenly fire. Therefore, Zhuowen was looking forward to the fire fusion art. If he could gather 9 types of earth fires and fuse them into the heavenly fire, then his strength would be considered to be at the peak of the Muqin County. These 2 types of earth fires seem to be ownerless. I should be able to slowly subdue them with the holy symbol of ice fire. With a flicker of his eyes, Zhuowen's mind moved. Suddenly, the holy symbol of fire on the back of his right hand emitted a blazing light. The power of the holy symbol was fully displayed. The 2 types of earth fires above the magma seemed to have felt the powerful aura of the holy symbol of fire. They actually trembled at the same time, as if they were worshipping an emperor. They didn't dare to resist at all. Whoosh! 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 The 9 serenities cold flame and purple cloud above the magma whimpered as they drilled into the holy symbol of fire. They were like long-lost sons that had suddenly found their family. They actually showed a joyful and excited expression. Even Zhuowen couldn't help but be astonished that the 2 types of earth fires had been so easily subdued. When he had subdued the first type of earth fire, he had exhausted himself. Why were these 2 types of earth fires so docile now? You don't have to be surprised. Back then, your holy symbol of ice fire was incomplete. Its aura was weak, so it was naturally much more difficult to subdue the earth fires. However, you now have 4 types of earth fires in your body, as well as the extremely strong extreme cold ice. These ice and fire energies have imperceptibly strengthened the aura of the holy symbol of ice fire. The holy symbol of ice fire is originally a mysterious object of heaven and earth. It controls the ice and fire energies of heaven and earth. Once its aura is fully released, it is a very normal phenomenon for all flames to worship it. It was rare for Xiao He to give an explanation, which solved the doubts in Zhuowen's heart. After subduing the 2 types of earth fires, Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly and landed on the 3rd ball of light. He knew that since the first 2 balls of light were mysterious objects like the earth fires, then the object in the 3rd ball of light wouldn't be any worse. In the 3rd ball of light, there was a sparkling and translucent red lotus that looked like it had been carved out of jade. A rippling brilliance flowed on its surface. It was indescribably mystical. This is, the lotus bathing fire. It's actually the lotus bathing fire. Zhuowen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he stared at the sparkling and translucent red lotus in the ball of light. His face was filled with ecstasy. The lotus bathing fire was a top-quality Tier 5 spirit herb. It was said that it could allow an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator to advance by a small realm in a short period of time, saving a cultivator a lot of time in cultivation. Zhuowen didn't expect to see such a precious spirit herb here. With bloodshot eyes, Zhuowen waved his right hand and a yuanli palm directly grabbed the lotus bathing fire in the ball of light. Holding it in his palm, a dense fire spirit qi shone brightly. Zhuowen took a light breath and his entire body instantly felt refreshed as his bones cracked. Zhuowen. I found the exit. It's in this space of mine. Come to me quickly. Suddenly, a sonorous voice passed through the space barrier and into Zhuowen's mind. It was Lu Hantian's voice. The exit is indeed in the space on the left. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen placed the lotus bathing fire in his spirit ring and took a step forward, directly leaving this place and entering the space on the left. In the vast space, there were numerous blood clan corpses scattered all around. Lu Hantian stood silently in the center of the corpses, his gaze focused on the bloody vortex in front of him. Within the blood-colored vortex, Zhuowen sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of the fourth floor of the Essence Chi Tower's Land of Legacy. Zhuowen knew that the blood-colored vortex was the exit. Ha! Sure enough, the heavens reward those who wait. We finally found the exit. Zhuowen, did you find anything in the other space? Lu Hantian turned around and asked excitedly. After staying in the Blood Demon inheritance for nearly 100 years, Lu Hantian no longer wanted to endure the loneliness. Now that he could see the light of day, how could he not be excited? Nodding, Zhuowen briefly explained the situation in the space on the right, including the 9 nether cold flame, purple chi from the east, and lotus bathing fire. Zhuowen could feel that Lu Hantian truly treated him as a brother, so he didn't hide anything from Lu Hantian. 2 types of earth fire and lotus bathing fire. Brat, your luck is really good. Lu Hantian revealed a surprised expression at first, but then he revealed a sincere smile and patted Zhuowen's shoulder. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen suddenly said, Big brother Hantian. Now that I've obtained the lotus bathing fire, I want to stay in this space for a while longer and break through to the ultimate emperor realm in one go. After all, the 9 countries war is about to begin, so I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Lu Hantian nodded and said, since you want to stay, your big brother will stay with you. After all, I'm a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse, so I can give you a lot of advice on your cultivation path. Zhuowen smiled, but his heart was filled with warmth. He was very clear how urgently Lu Hantian wanted to leave this place. After all, he had been trapped here for nearly 100 years. That kind of loneliness and solitude was enough to make him yearn for life in the outside world. However, for Zhuowen, Lu Hantian still decided to stay. It could be seen how much Lu Hantian cared about his brother, Zhuowen. Big brother Hantian. Many thanks. Zhuowen cupped his hands and said solemnly. All right. There's no need to be so polite between us. Hurry up and refine the lotus bathing fire. Although the lotus bathing fire can raise an ultimate emperor realm powerhouse's cultivation by a small realm, you're only at the early stage of the ultimate emperor realm. If you want to reach the ultimate emperor realm, you'll need at least 3 months. Take your time. After saying that, Lu Hantian found a random corner and sat cross-legged on the ground, silently cultivating. Meanwhile, Zhuowen took out the lotus bathing fire from his Qiankuan bag and began to focus on refining the rich fire spiritual energy within. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Outside the Yuan Chi Tower, countless people were staring at the 6 names on the light screen. They all wanted to know how many of these 6 people would be able to truly obtain the acknowledgement of the inheritance and obtain the inheritance within. On the high platform, Lu Nantian had his hands behind his back. He raised his head and focused his gaze on the top of the Origin Chi Tower. He said with anticipation, it's already been a month. Normally, the results of the ancient inheritance should be out by now. On the high platform, the master of the meteorite, Qin Ye, and the others were also waiting with anticipation. At this moment, they were all rather nervous. The ancient inheritance wasn't something that could be obtained with a 100% success rate. If one couldn't pass the trials inside, they would usually be eliminated from the ancient inheritance and obtain nothing. Boom! Under countless expectant gazes, a pillar of light like a blazing sun descended from the sky. A stifling sound of something breaking through the air exploded in the sky. Chapter 571. Anticipation and disappointment. Was the handsome young man in white, Lv, the eldest son of Muqin County? Whoosh! Lv took a light step and instantly arrived on the high platform. He cupped his hands towards Lv Nantian and said in a clear voice, Lord Father, Itao was fortunate enough to complete the mission and successfully obtain the inheritance of the heaven-class Tiangang sect. Good. Good. As expected of my good son, you didn't disappoint me. Lu Nantian held Lv up with both hands and a smile on his face. He was very pleased to have such a son. Moreover, he could feel that Lvitao's aura had become much stronger. He was probably at the peak of the ultimate five-wheel emperor realm. He knew that all of this was due to the inheritance of the Tiangang sect. Countless people stared at Lvitao with envy. They all knew that Lvitao's future would be limitless after obtaining the ancient inheritance. At the very least, he would be able to reach the quad-venerable realm. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Lu Nantian. Not long after Lvitao appeared, another stream of light flashed across the sky. A stone statue with an equally powerful aura descended from the sky and landed not far from the middle-aged stone statue. It stood there quietly. Luo Xing is here too. The corners of Lvitao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he looked at the beautiful figure on the stone statue of the young lady in a gauze gown not far away. Whoosh! Luo Xing landed on the platform like a butterfly dancing in a field of flowers. She bowed politely to the authoritative figures and walked straight towards the master of the meteorite. At this moment, the master of the meteorite's face was filled with excitement. She knew that Luo Xing had also obtained the Heaven Stage Jade Lake Immortal Garden. This inheritance was not inferior to Lvitao's Tiangang sect. With the appearance of Lvitao and Luo Xing, the remaining three stone statues flew across the sky and landed in the center of the square. The remaining three had all successfully obtained their respective inheritances. None of them had failed. Such a perfect result naturally made Lv Nantian grin from ear to ear. In previous years, when the geniuses in the Yuan Qi Tower battle received the ancient inheritance, there would be a few who failed and were eliminated. However, this time, no one was eliminated. From this, it could be seen that the potential of this batch of geniuses was indeed enormous. It is Muqing County's fortune to be able to produce 5 such geniuses. I'm afraid that Muqing County might be able to obtain a good ranking in the upcoming 9 counties war. Lv Nantian couldn't help but think happily when he saw the 3 inheritances descending at the same time. After all, Qing Lian, and Ling Wushuang, Qin Batian, and Qing Studio. The 3 ofs, Studio, and Ling Wushuang, and Nantian Li Yin's. Qing Lian's, in particular, Nantian Li's, Nantian Liyin, was only at the mid-stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage. Her strength was at the bottom of the group. But now, Qing Lian's aura was so strong that even Ling Wushuang and Qin Batian, who were beside her, felt extremely wary. Moreover, with every step Qing Lian took, the aura within her body would stir up the surrounding wind, forming an unconscious sword qi. She looked like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed. It seems that the Wind Sword sect is indeed very suitable for Qing Lian. This girl must have obtained many benefits from the Wind Sword sect's inheritance. Feeling the fierce aura of Qing Lian in front of her, the master of Falling Star Garden grinned from ear to ear. Among the 5 inheritances, her Jade Lady Astral Court had occupied 2 places. Moreover, both Luo Xing and Qing Lian had succeeded in obtaining the inheritances. Such a result undoubtedly brought her great surprise. After Qing Lian, Ling Wushuang, and Qin Batian exchanged greetings with their respective leaders, they each stood on one side of the high platform and waited silently. They were all waiting for the last figure to descend. At this moment, whether it was the 4 squares or the central high platform, everyone involuntarily raised their heads and focused their gazes on the huge light screen. At this moment, Lvitao, Luo Xing, and the other 4 names on the light screen had all dimmed, leaving only a line of blood-red words that appeared alone on the light screen. Zhuoan, the Blood Devil's inheritance, an ancient sacred being. Senior sister. Do you think Zhuoan can pass the Blood Devil's inheritance? Qing Lian stood beside Luo Xing, her beautiful eyes fixed on the line of blood-red words on the light screen. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Hearing this, Luo Xing's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions as she stared at the light screen. She sighed softly and said, "The Blood Devil's inheritance is known as the most terrifying and dangerous inheritance in the land of inheritance. Even the number one genius of Muqin County, Lu Hantian, fell because of this inheritance. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for Zhuowen to pass." At this point, Luo Xing suddenly could not continue speaking. She did not know why, but she kept feeling a little stuffy in her chest. This was especially so when she recalled the stubborn figure that had calmly met her gaze and rejected her invitation. The stuffy feeling in her chest became even more intense. Qing Lian's delicate body trembled slightly. Her gaze was firm as she said, "Senior sister. You don't understand Zhuowen. I believe that he will definitely pass the Blood Devil's inheritance and appear in front of us in a powerful manner. I believe." Luo Xing became silent when she heard Qing Lian's hopeful words. She did not refute, nor did she want to refute. Actually, in her heart, she also hoped that Qing Lian was right. However, reality was cruel at times. With an indifferent expression, Lv Tao's white clothes fluttered in the wind. His hands were behind his back as he quietly stared at the light screen. His good-looking eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He was extremely expectant in his heart. Would Zhuowen be able to bring the stone statue of the Blood Devil's inheritance to this place? Ling Wushuang and Qin Batian were also silently paying attention. Along the way, the two of them had already wholeheartedly accepted Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen's strength had already been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation and longing. They really wanted to see if Zhuowen would be able to walk out of the Yuan Qi Tower alive. They wanted to see if this unknown dark horse would be able to once again break the record of the Yuan Qi Tower battle and obtain the Blood Devil's inheritance. Time passed second by second, but there was not the slightest movement from the Yuan Qi Tower. Gradually, many people in the plaza revealed looks of disappointment. Some people even began to whisper to each other. The Blood Devil's inheritance is after all the most terrifying inheritance in the inheritance ground. I'm afraid that Zhuowen has already fallen in the inheritance ground. What you said makes sense. Back then, Lu Hantian also fell because of the Blood Devil's inheritance. This Zhuowen's strength is much weaker than Lu Hantian's, so the chances of him falling is very high. Gradually, many voices of doubt rose in the surroundings. Everyone had already begun to suspect that Zhuowen had already fallen in the inheritance ground. On the high platform, the corner of Su Chang's mouth revealed a trace of ridicule as he said indifferently, "Brother Lu. You should be very clear about the danger of the Blood Devil's inheritance. Back then, even Senior Han Tian had fallen because of it. This Zhuowen's strength is even weaker than Senior Han Tian's, so his fall is inevitable. I think we don't need to wait any longer. Let's just announce the result." As soon as Su Chang's words came out, a few people on the high platform frowned. However, they all knew that Su Chang and Zhuowen had quite a bit of enmity, so they didn't say much. Instead, they looked at Lu Nantian. They knew that the decision was up to Lu Nantian. It hasn't been long. Just because Zhuowen hasn't come out doesn't mean that he has fallen. Isn't Marquis Su being too arbitrary? Suddenly, Guyu Tian, who had been silent, spoke up. At this moment, Guyu Tian's mood was rather irritable. As the city lord of Vine Armor City, his mood naturally wasn't good when Zhuowen still hadn't appeared. Seeing that Su Chang had started to squeeze Zhuowen, he naturally wasn't happy. Who do you think you are? You're just the city lord of a small, low-level city. How dare you make irresponsible remarks in front of this marquis? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Su Chang's gaze was gloomy and cold. He clapped his right hand and a powerful aura suddenly erupted. He actually directly slammed his palm towards Guyu Tian's head. This palm was extremely terrifying. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Guyu Tian directly. At this moment, Guyu Tian's face was filled with both shock and anger. He also didn't expect that Su Chang would directly kill him with just a few words. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. LV Nantian frowned slightly. With a flick of his finger, a powerful force blasted onto Su Chang's arm, directly neutralizing Su Chang's attack. Brother Su. I know what you mean. Although the Blood Devil inheritance is terrifying, that Zhuowen isn't simple. Perhaps he might come out alive. Let's wait for 3 more days. If Zhuowen doesn't come out in 3 days, I will announce the end of this year's Vitality Pagoda battle, Lu Nantian said loudly. Su Chang rubbed his slightly numb arm and glanced at Lu Nantian with some fear. Soon after, he glared fiercely at Guyu Tian and said, "You better watch your dog mouth in the future. Don't think that a lowly guy like you can compare to us just because your small Rattan armor city produced that Zhuowen. Moreover, it's still unknown whether that Zhuowen will be able to walk out of the Vitality Pagoda." At this point, Su Chang no longer paid any attention to Guyu Tian, who had an ugly expression, and stood silently on the platform. Guyu Tian's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't dare to vent it. After all, Su Chang was the noble Marquis Baichuan and a powerful ultimate emperor. Whether it was status or strength, Su Chang was far above him. Offending such a person was no different from striking a rock with an egg. The others on the platform didn't say anything and just watched silently. They really didn't think much of Guyu Tian. If that Zhuowen could bring out an inheritance, they could speak politely to Guyu Tian. However, the problem now was that Zhuowen had chosen the Blood Devil inheritance. If he wasn't careful, his life would be in danger. The chances of him dying were too high. And if Zhuowen really died, then Guyu Tian was worthless to them. Chapter 572. Revenge, what a pity. The genius that defeated Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi in succession has fallen just like that. If Zhuowen wasn't so arrogant, he would have already obtained an inheritance. However, he chose the Blood Devil inheritance. This is simply courting death. It's normal for him to fall. For the past 3 days, Zhuowen, whom everyone had been anticipating, had not appeared. Everyone knew that Zhuowen had most likely fallen in the Blood Devil inheritance. Clamor, pity, and even mockery rose and fell one after another, slowly resounding in the surroundings. On the high platform, Guyu Tian clenched his fists. Due to using too much strength, his knuckles were exposed and his face was as pale as snow. He knew that something bad would happen when Zhuowen chose the Blood Devil inheritance. But all along, Zhuowen's domineering performance had caused Guyu Tian to have blind confidence in Zhuowen. Therefore, he had always hoped that Zhuowen would be able to obtain the Blood Devil's inheritance, and appear outside the Yuan Qi Tower with all the glory. But in these 3 days, this trace of hope had already been worn away. He had already realized that perhaps Zhuowen had really fallen. On the high platform, Su Chang revealed a smile and said to Lu Nantian, "Brother Lu, 3 days have passed. 3 days have already passed. It's unlikely that Zhuowen will come out alive. Let's announce the results. Zhuowen, I've already fought for 3 days for you. This can be considered as being extremely benevolent. Since you still haven't come out, I'm afraid that you've really fallen in there." Lu Nantian took a final glance at the Origin Tower and sighed. He said in a clear voice, "The long Origin Tower battle has finally come to an end. Everyone already knows that the 5 ancient inheritances are Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qin Lian, Qin Batian, and Ling Wushuang. These 5 people have the opportunity to directly participate in the Great War of the 9 counties. As you all know, there are only 100 spots for the Great War of the 9 counties." Lu Nantian's voice was like thunder. It was loud and clear and shook the sky. It had the demeanor and aura of a supreme master, causing everyone in the surroundings to feel deep veneration. This was the strength of the number 1 master in Muqin County. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ear-piercing sounds could be heard from all around the square as nearly 100 young martial artists arrived at the foot of the high platform. Their eyes were blazing as they looked up at Lu Nantian. "I am the Lord of Muqin County, Lu Nantian, the Marquis of Muqin. All of you are the most talented elites of Muqin County. If you want to participate in the War of the Nine Counties, then you can temporarily come under my House of Marquis Qin and represent Muqin County in the War of the Nine Counties. Are you willing?" Lu Nantian slowly swept his gaze over the people below and spoke in a clear voice. "I'm willing. I'm willing." Loud voices resounded in the sky above the square. Everyone's eyes were blazing as they stared at Lu Nantian. The Great Battle of the Nine Countries was the most prestigious event in the Qin Xian Empire. Everyone knew that every time the Great Battle of the Nine Countries was held, the ranking of the Qin Xian Empire would be reshuffled. The Qing Emperor ranking was famous in Qin Xian Empire. It represented the countless geniuses of the younger generation. As long as one could enter the top 100 of the Qing Emperor ranking, one would represent the top combat strength of all the geniuses in Qin Xian Empire and enjoy endless fame and benefits. It was said that in the War of the Nine Counties, if one could enter the top 3 of the Qing Emperor ranking, he would be personally conferred the title of Marquis by the Qing Emperor. He would be directly promoted to an official position and protect his family. The Marquis conferred by the Qing Emperor was not like the Marquis of Baichuan, Su Chang, or the Marquis of Yongsheng, Qin Ye, but the Marquis of the Imperial Capital. The Marquis of the Imperial Capital was much higher than the Marquis of the Imperial Capital in terms of status and power. Even Lu Nantian, the Lord of the Nine Counties, had a lower status than the Marquis of the Imperial Capital. In addition, if one could make it into the top 10 of the Azure Emperor leaderboard in the Battle of the Nine Counties, they could also receive the Azure Emperor's personal blessing to increase their cultivation. This kind of Emperor power level blessing did not have any side effects. One blessing was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. It was obvious how tempting this blessing was. Other than the top 10 geniuses, those who could enter the Qin Emperor ranking would also be rewarded by the imperial family. The rewards were all extremely precious and rare items. It was because of these benefits that everyone in Qin Xian Empire attached great importance to the War of the Nine Counties, to the point of fanaticism. Lu Nantian nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the loud cheers of the geniuses below. He continued, "Joining my Muqin County is only temporary. After the War of the Nine Counties is over, you can still decide whether to stay or leave. Before the War of the Nine Counties, the House of Marquis Qin will do its best to nurture you and help you reach the peak of your strength. Attention! The War of the Nine Counties is less than half a year away. I hope you can use this time to cultivate. I am looking forward to your performance in the War of the Nine Counties." After finishing his words, Lu Nantian waved his sleeve and left the Vitality Tower with the geniuses. He had to return to the House of Marquis Qin to arrange for these geniuses. If he wanted to achieve a good result in the War of the Nine Counties, he had to nurture these geniuses well. He had to achieve a good result in the War of the Nine Counties. The departure of the geniuses did not cause any dissatisfaction from the leaders of the factions that they belonged to. They all knew that their geniuses joining the House of Marquis Qin was only temporary. After the War of the Nine Counties, these geniuses would return to their factions. Even if these geniuses decided to join the House of Marquis Qin, it would only be beneficial to them. Furthermore, the House of Marquis Qin would take care of their factions, which would be beneficial to their development. Lve Tao nodded his head at Luo Xing and the others. He stomped his foot and left with Lu Nantian. 3 days had passed. In his opinion, Zhuowen's fate was no different from that of Lu Hantian. Naturally, he would not waste his time here. After Lu Nantian and the others left, Su Chang and Qin Ye also left the Vitality Tower with their own people. Looking at the motionless Luo Xing and Qin Lian on the high platform, the master of the meteorite sighed and said, "Let's go too." Qin Lian, Luo Xing, I'm afraid that Zhuowen won't be able to come out. At this time, Qing Lian's gaze was fixed on the light screen. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth as she said, "Master. I want to stay here for a while. Let me have some peace and quiet." Luo Xing, who was beside Qing Lian, said to the master of the meteorite, "Master. I'll stay here with junior martial sister. I'll persuade her." Hearing this, the master of the meteorite could only nod her head helplessly and pat Qing Lian's fragrant shoulder. She knew that Qing Lian's inheritance was given to her by Zhuowen. She probably had a favorable impression of Zhuowen. After the master of the meteorite garden left, the other people in the surrounding 4 large plazas also dispersed. They clearly knew that Zhuowen had definitely died and there was no longer any meaning for them to continue staying in this place. In just an instant, the originally bustling square had become much more deserted. Only Luo Xing and Qing Lian were left on the high platform, silently watching the Origin Qi Tower that was no longer moving. Guyu Tian glanced at Luo Xing and Qing Lian, shook his head, and jumped off the high platform. He prepared to leave the prefecture capital with Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. He didn't expect the final result to be like this. He'd originally thought that Rattan Armor City would be able to shake up the entire Muqin County by relying on Zhuowen's power and influence. It might even be able to rise from a low-level city to a super city because of this. However, all of this had died with Zhuowen's death. Even the very enthusiastic Lu Nantian didn't even look at him before he left. Guyu Tian knew very well that everyone's enthusiasm had been because of Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen's whereabouts were unknown, naturally no one would be nice to him. "Where do you 3 from Rattan Armor City want to go?" An untimely voice slowly rang out just as Guyu Tian and the others were about to leave. After that, Guyu Tian and the others saw that more than 10 people had gathered in front of them at some unknown time. Moreover, their auras surged. They were all half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Their leader's aura was as powerful as the ocean. He was actually a First Will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. "You're from the house of Marquis Baichuan. What do you want?" Gu Xian immediately recognized that these people were from the house of Marquis Baichuan. Her expression changed slightly as she questioned them. "What do we want?" "Heh heh. Your Rattan Armor City has really raised a good genius. That Zhuowen's strength is indeed heaven-defying. Unfortunately, that boundlessly arrogant brat not only killed our second prince in the Yuan Qi Tower, but also severely injured our first prince. Now that bastard Zhuowen's arrogance has caused him to fall in the inheritance of the blood demon, it's naturally time for the 3 of you to settle this debt." Heh heh. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. At this moment, a trace of a cruel smile appeared on his lips as he walked step by step towards Guyu Tian and the others. "What?" Guyu Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically when they heard this. They hadn't expected that Zhuowen would actually kill the second prince of the house of Marquis Baichuan. This was equivalent to sowing a blood feud. Their hearts sank. "So you'd better obediently accept your deaths." The middle-aged man chuckled. He clapped his right hand in the air. Immediately, an enormous palm of several hundred feet slammed down towards the 3 of them. Its power was so strong that even the surrounding earth trembled. This person was planning to kill them. "Let's do it. The 3 of us will attack together." Gu Xian was the strongest of the 3. Thanks to Zhuowen's help, she and Hu Wuying had both reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Although this person was only a First Will Ultimate Emperor, the 3 of them might be able to defeat him if they worked together. Boom boom boom. The 3 of them worked together and unleashed their strongest moves at the same time. Immediately, a 5-colored brilliance condensed and blasted towards the enormous palm in the sky. However, what shocked Gu Xian and the others was that their attacks couldn't even shake the palm at all. Instead, they shattered into pieces like tofu pudding. "You're just 3 ants. You'd better obediently accept your deaths." Chapter 573. Enforcement Elder, it's over. Gu Xian and the other two looked at the giant palm in the sky with despair. They knew that an ultimate emperor stage cultivator was too powerful and was not someone they could fight against. Boom! Just as the palm from above was about to descend, an even more powerful force burst forth and blasted on the palm, directly blasting the huge palm into smithereens. Who is it? How dare you ruin our house of Baichuan's business? The sinister-looking man's face darkened when his palm was destroyed. He turned his head and stared coldly to the side. He saw a group of more than 10 people slowly walking over from the side. The person walking at the front was a middle-aged man with sharp eyes like an eagle. Beside the middle-aged man was a young man with an elegant temperament. He wore a white robe and held a folding fan in his hand. Senior Chiu Cho. Looking at the group of people slowly walking over, Gu Tian and the other two revealed expressions of relief. At the same time, their hearts were filled with gratitude. They were very clear that Chiu Cho and the rest of the people from Broken Rock City were only on good terms with Zhuo Wen and had nothing to do with them. Originally, they thought that after Zhuo Wen's whereabouts were unknown, the people from Broken Rock City would act like the others and not take the three of them seriously. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. The strongest person in Broken Rock City, Chiu Cho. The shadowy man looked at Chiu Cho's group, and his eyes were filled with fear. Chiu Cho was quite famous in Muqin County, and he was an ultimate Emperor Realm four-wheeled cultivator. Furthermore, he was extremely daring and dared to do anything. Many people were unwilling to offend a madman like him. Chiu Cho. Do you plan to go against our house of Baichuan? Although Broken Rock City is a super city, it's nothing compared to our house of Baichuan. The sinister-looking man stared at Chiu Cho and threatened coldly. Get lost. Or die. When Chiu Cho arrived beside Gu Tian and the other two, his words stunned the sinister-looking man and the others. What did you say? How dare you insult me and look down on our house of Baichuan? Chiu Cho, I think you must be tired of living. Do you believe that our 100 Rivers Marquis residents will directly destroy your Broken Rock City and kill? The gloomy man hadn't finished speaking when Chiu Cho had already made a move. Chiu Cho stomped his foot and instantly arrived before the gloomy man. His right hand formed into a claw and suddenly grabbed onto the man's neck, and then he exerted force and directly tossed the man away like a little chick. Poochie. The gloomy man spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his entire body twitching in pain. The dozen or so people that the shady man brought along stared blankly at the shady man, who was twitching like a dead dog, dozens of meters away. All of them lowered their heads and did not dare to make a sound. This Chiu Cho was too ruthless. He clearly knew that they were from the Baichuan Marquis mansion, yet he still dared to act so recklessly. They did not dare to offend such a lunatic. Chiu Cho. You're finished, and so is your Broken Rock City. Those who offend our Baichuan Marquis manor will not have a good ending. The shadowy man rolled a few times on the ground and scolded Chiu Cho with a ferocious expression. Hee hee. You're the one who's looking for death. Then you'd better die. Chiu Cho sneered. He stomped his foot, and the aura of a peak ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator surged out. He pressed his right hand into the air, and immediately, a gigantic palm several hundred meters long condensed in the air. It fell directly towards the shadowy man below. The aura of a peak ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator erupted without restraint. The shadowy man was finally afraid, especially when he saw the palm coming closer and closer. He knew that Chiu Cho really wanted to kill him, and he could not help but feel regret. If he had known that Chiu Cho was so crazy, he would not have provoked him. How dare you kill someone from the Baichuan Marquis manor? You really don't know what's good for you. A furious roar came from afar. A ring-shaped sound wave blasted against the gigantic palm in the air, completely shattering Chiu Chou's full-powered attack. Even Chiu Chou could not help but take a few steps back, his expression uncertain. It's the enforcement elder. The enforcement elder of the manor has also come. Huh, you're dead meat. Chiu Chou, and your group, you're all dead meat. The enforcement elder is a peak ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Once he comes, all of you will die. The shadowy man was overjoyed when his palm broke. He pointed his right hand at Chiu Chou's group, and his attitude became fearless and extremely arrogant. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. An old man with a head full of silver hair and a ruddy complexion, dressed in a wide black robe, stepped through the air and arrived beside the shadowy man in an instant. Enforcement elder. You have to make a decision for me. These bastards openly looked down on the Baichuan Marquis manor and even wanted to kill a lowly person. These people deserve to die. Also, these people are Zhuowen's accomplices. We can't let them go. The shadowy man eagerly came to the old man's side and pointed at Chiu Chou's group to complain. He even added fuel to the fire. The enforcement elder nodded, then looked directly at Chiu Chou and said, "You should be Chiu Chou from Broken Rock City, right? It's not easy for you to cultivate, so it's best that you don't do anything stupid. Hand over Gu Yutian, Gu Xian, and Hu Wuying, and I'll let you go." The shadowy man was stunned when he heard this. However, he didn't dare to contradict the enforcement elder, so he could only follow behind the old man. Gu Yutian and the other two immediately looked at Chiu Chou. They were extremely nervous. Chiu Chou had already done his duty by saving them. It was unlikely that he would completely offend the Baichuan Marquis manor for them. The three of them were actually prepared for the consequences of being captured. However, Chiu Chou shook his head and said, "The three of them are Zhuowen's friends. I, Chiu Chou, can't just ignore them. Don't even think about taking them away today." Hearing Chiu Chou's words, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Yintu smiled bitterly and shook their heads. In their opinion, it wasn't worth it to go to such lengths for Gu Yutian and the other two. If Zhuowen hadn't fallen, it wouldn't be a big deal to protect Gu Yutian and the other two for him. However, Zhuowen's whereabouts were unknown. Gu Yutian and the other two weren't worth Chiu Chou's sacrifice. However, Ouyang Yintu and Ouyang Hanxian didn't say much. They just stood silently behind Chiu Chou. They knew Chiu Chou's character very well. He was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Even if Zhuowen had fallen, Chiu Chou would still take care of those related to Zhuowen for the sake of friendship. Good. 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 The black-robed old man said the word "good" 3 times in a row. However, his voice became even colder, like ice in winter, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. You're a man who values friendship and righteousness. However, people like you usually die the quickest, so you should be buried with these 3. As he spoke, the black-robed old man stomped his foot. His aura erupted like a volcano. The surrounding air flowed upwards like an inverted waterfall, stirring up thousands of strong waves. It made him look awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. A 5-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Chiu Chou's expression was extremely solemn. The old man in front of him was a genuine 5-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator. With Chiu Chou's strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with this person. Count us in. At this moment, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Yintu both came to Chiu Chou's side and said in unison. "You too." Chiu Chou looked at the Ouyang father and son beside him with a trace of guilt and relief in his eyes. He knew that his maverick actions would bring no small amount of trouble to Broken Rock City, but these two still stood by his side. This moved him quite a bit. What's the use of numbers? They're still just ants to me. 5-wheel Vajra Claw, die for this old man. The black-robed old man snorted coldly and clawed at the air. Immediately, a golden light that was like a scorching sun gradually appeared behind him and turned into a five-fingered golden claw that shook the heavens and the earth. Qiu Chou, Ouyang Hanxian, and Ouyang Yuntu were awe-inspiring and unafraid. They all used their best armor skills. In an instant, three powerful auras surged out and turned into three pillars of light that shot into the sky in an attempt to block the black-robed old man's five-wheel claw. Hee hee. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Break for me. The black-robed old man sneered. He suddenly pressed down with his claw and his aura surged. The five-fingered golden claw smashed the three pillars of light like a hot knife through butter. Pfft. Qiu Chou, Ouyang Hanxian, and Ouyang Hanshuan's attacks were broken. They all spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Their faces were as pale as snow and their eyes were filled with fear. They never thought that a five-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would be so strong. The three of them had joined forces, but they were defeated in a single move. This old man has said that ants will always be ants. Don't blame this old man when you die and go to hell. This old man has already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The black-robed old man shook his head. Under his control, the five-fingered golden claw in the air enveloped Qiu Chou and the other two. This move was enough to kill them. Boom! A beam of starlight like the Milky Way swept over from the distant horizon. It was like the sharpest blade and directly cut the powerful five-fingered golden claw into pieces. At the same time, the starlight followed the five-fingered golden claw's afterimage and swept toward the black-robed old man below. The black-robed old man was in an extremely sorry state. The black-robed old man's pupils shrank. He waved his sleeve and a powerful origin energy swept out, forming a thick golden barrier in front of him. Bang! 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 The starlight was like an electric saw that cut at high speed. It continuously bombarded the golden barrier, causing it to shake violently and almost collapse. Only then did it completely block the power of the starlight. The Star Codex of the Jade Lady Astral Court. After blocking the power of the starlight, the black-robed old man's pupils shrank to the extreme. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes as he recognized the origin of the starlight. Elder Su, for the sake of me, Luo Xing, let them go. I believe that I, Luo Xing, still have the right to do so. A clear voice that was like the cry of a lark slowly reverberated in this world. Everyone's gazes converged and immediately saw the fairy-like Luo Xing on the high platform and not far away. She slowly stood up, and her clear and cold eyes focused on the black-robed old man. Chapter 574. Su Tianliang's Conspiracy. I didn't expect Luo Xing Fairy to be here. I was rude just now. But you know my difficulties. Gu Tian, Gu Xian, and Hu Wuying are wanted by the Crown Prince. I can't afford to offend them. The black-robed old man looked at Luo Xing with fear and said with a fake smile. Although Luo Xing's status was higher than his, she was not qualified to interfere in the affairs of Marquis House of Baichuan. Once she interfered, it would no longer be a personal matter, but a matter between two superpowers. This was why the black-robed old man was so fearless. He knew very well that Luo Xing's character was steady. It was unlikely that she would force Marquis House of Baichuan for Gu Tian and the other two ants. Sure enough, Luo Xing's face showed a trace of hesitation. She was the first genius of Jade Lady Astral Court. Her words and actions did not represent herself, but the entire Jade Lady Astral Court. Therefore, she had to weigh the pros and cons. Let them go. Suddenly, a clear and sharp voice resounded in this space. Qing Lian, who was originally standing blankly on the spot, had slowly turned around at this moment, and her beautiful eyes were icy cold and emotionless like 10,000-year-old ice as she stared fixedly at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was startled. He did not expect Qin Lian to speak to him like this. He naturally knew Qin Lian. She was also a genius of Jade Lady Astral Court. However, she was much weaker than Luo Xing. If Luo Xing had spoken to him like this, perhaps he would not have cared too much. However, Qin Lian was not qualified to speak to him like this. The black-robed old man snorted and said, "Miss Qin Lian. I have made it very clear that these three people are wanted by the Crown Prince. Do you want to offend Marquis House of Baichuan for these three ants? Since you don't want to let them go, I have my own way to make you let them go." With a cold snort, Luo Xing stomped her foot and a tyrannical aura surged out. 10,000 rainbows descended from the sky and circled around Luo Xing. The rainbows scattered and the sunlight shone, dazzling and dazzling. The 7 colors shone like dancing butterflies, causing Qin Lian to look like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Peak Ultimate Emperor Realm. The old man's expression changed slightly when he sensed the powerful presence that surged out from within Qin Lian. Although he knew that Qin Lian had obtained an ancient inheritance as well, Qin Lian was only at the mid-king realm of the second wheel after all. In his opinion, even if she had obtained an ancient inheritance, her strength wouldn't increase by much, so he didn't take Qin Lian too seriously. "Miss Qin Lian, you have to think carefully. Do you really want to stop this old man?" At this moment, the black-robed old man's tone had a hint of negotiation. Qin Lian was able to obtain an ancient inheritance. Her future was limitless. It was actually not worth offending such a genius. "Let them go, or I'll beat you until you let them go." Qin Lian's jade-like hand reached out in the air. Countless wind-attributed energy condensed into a spiral-shaped wind sword in her palm. Her beautiful eyes were cold. The black-robed old man's face darkened, and he sneered, "Forgive me for not being able to fulfill your request." Qin Lian didn't say anything else. She tapped her foot lightly and instantly shot towards the black-robed old man with 10,000 streaks of light. The powerful wind sword in her hand slashed down from top to bottom. Instantly, countless hurricanes swept up within 100 miles. 5 Wilvidra Claw. Seeing that Qin Lian had directly attacked, the black-robed old man didn't hold back either. He clawed at the air, and a 5-fingered golden claw that was hundreds of feet long like the rising sun tore through the air behind him and slammed down on Qin Lian. Whirlwind clears the clouds. Qin Lian raised her hand, and the wind sword in her palm spun like a windmill. Instantly, countless hurricanes in the surroundings condensed into tens of thousands of wind swords. They tore through the air and landed on the 5-fingered golden claw in the air. Boom! 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 The attack of the tens of thousands of wind swords was extremely sharp. The densely packed wind swords slammed onto the 5-fingered golden claw and actually shattered the huge golden claw. After the wind swords shattered the golden claw, their momentum didn't decrease at all. They continued to envelop the black-robed old man below with unstoppable force. What? The black-robed old man's face twitched when he saw his 5 Wilvidra claw broken. His face was filled with shock. Qin Lian was only a peak 4-wheel emperor, but she had actually broken through his full-powered attack. Damn it! Barrier of the 8 directions, block for me. The black-robed old man pressed his claws against the ground when he saw the wind swords descending. Immediately, 800-foot-tall stone barriers rose from the ground and surrounded the black-robed old man in layers. They were completely impenetrable. Bang! The tens of thousands of wind swords instantly slammed onto the barrier of the 8 directions. The black-robed old man was shocked to discover that the barrier of the 8 directions was actually shaking violently. Following which, cracks began to appear. Crack! A clear sound rang out as the barrier of the 8 directions collapsed inch by inch. The black-robed old man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He smashed into the empty ground 100 meters away. Disciplinary Elder. The sinister-looking man and a dozen others stared in shock at the black-robed old man who had smashed onto the ground. They hurriedly rushed over and helped the old man up. Their gazes were fixed on Qing Lian, who was holding the wind sword in her hand. They were at a loss. Scram! Otherwise, I won't hold back next time. Qing Lian's cold voice slowly rang out as her beautiful eyes stared at the black-robed old man and the others. Let's go. The black-robed old man stood up in a sorry state. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to leave with the sinister-looking man and the others. He had not expected Qing Lian to be so powerful. Even more so, he had not expected Qing Lian to actually attack directly. With Qing Lian around, the black-robed old man knew that it was impossible to take away Guyu Tian and the others today. Thank you, Qing Lian and Luo Xing, for saving our lives. At this moment, Qiu Chou and the others arrived in front of Qing Lian and Luo Xing with a face full of gratitude. Hurry up and leave the prefecture capital. Zhuowen killed the second prince of the House of Marquis of Baichuan in the Vitality Pagoda. It can be considered as forming a death feud with the House of Marquis of Baichuan. Now that Zhuowen's whereabouts are unknown, I'm afraid Su Tianliang will attack you. Therefore, the prefecture capital is a dangerous place for you. Luo Xing shook her head and sighed. When Qiu Chou, Guyu Tian and the others heard this, they all revealed a trace of a bitter smile. They did not expect that Zhuowen would cause such a big disaster. However, they did not complain about Zhuowen. They all knew Zhuowen's character. As long as no one provoked him, Zhuowen would not take the initiative to provoke others. The second prince of the House of Marquis of Baichuan, Su Tianliang, probably provoked Zhuowen first and was killed. The fault was not on Zhuowen. You'd better leave the prefecture capital secretly. Don't be discovered by the people of the House of Marquis of Baichuan. Otherwise, you will be in trouble again. Qing Lian kindly reminded. Thank you for your help. I, Qiu Chou, will remember this kindness. I will definitely repay it in the future. Qiu Chou cupped his hands and said seriously. There's no need for that. Zhuowen also offended the House of Marquis of Baichuan because he saved me, so I am repaying him. Qing Lian shook her head and said. When Qiu Chou and the others heard this, they all glanced at Qing Lian in surprise. However, they did not take it to heart. After cupping his hands, Qiu Chou left with Guyu Tian and the others and the people of Broken Rock City. Junior sister Qing Lian. You don't have to wait. It has already been 3 days. If Zhuowen could come out, he would have already come out. Now that he has not come out, I'm afraid he is really doomed. Luo Xing suddenly came to Qing Lian's side and said softly. Hearing this, Qing Lian's delicate body trembled. She nodded slightly and a touch of determination suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. She said, Senior sister Luo Xing, let's go. I'm going to go back to the Jade Lady Star Court and go into seclusion. As she spoke, Qing Lian lifted her jade feet and slowly left the place. Looking at Qing Lian's back, Luo Xing shook her head helplessly. She raised her head slightly and focused her gaze on the Vitality Tower. She muttered to herself, Zhuowen, have you really fallen? In the Baichuan Marquis Mansion, in a spacious and magnificent hall, Su Tianliang slowly leaned on the high seat in the center. He stared at a group of more than 10 people with a gloomy face and said, Those 3 ants from Rattan Armor City, you didn't catch them? Standing at the head of the table was the black-robed old man who was defeated by Qing Lian. At this moment, the black-robed old man's forehead was covered in sweat. He bowed and said, Eldest Crown Prince, please don't be angry. The original plan was going well. Unfortunately, Qiu Chou and the others from Broken Rock City suddenly interfered. Qiu Chou from Broken Rock City. It is said that this person is a peak 4-wheel Emperor Realm powerhouse. He is quite a famous powerhouse in Muqin County. However, with the Elder's help, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Tianliang's index finger tapped on the armrest and said indifferently. Xiao Chou is naturally not a threat. However, Luo Xing and Qing Lian from Jade Lady Star Court also interfered. I am no match for them, so I had no choice. At this point, the black-robed old man stopped talking. Luo Xing and Qing Lian also interfered. No wonder even if you took action, you would return in defeat. Su Tianliang said with furrowed brows. Eldest Crown Prince. Are we just going to let them go like this? The black-robed old man said nervously. He. Of course, we can't let them go so easily. Zhuowen killed my second brother and caused me to lose the ancient inheritance. How can we just let this matter go like this? Since this bastard has already died in the Blood Devil legacy, then let everyone related to him compensate for his death. At this point, Su Tianliang revealed a cold smile and continued, both Rattan Armor City and Broken Rock City have a deep relationship with Zhuowen. You should prepare well and secretly destroy these two cities. Destroy the cities? Eldest Crown Prince, I'm afraid this matter is very serious. Rattan Armor City is not a big deal, but Broken Rock City is a super city. If we openly destroy Broken Rock City, I'm afraid the prestige of our House of Marquis Baichuan will be greatly affected. The black-robed old man's face changed slightly. Stupid. Did I say we would openly destroy the cities? Rattan Armor City is nothing to be afraid of. If we destroy it, then so be it. Naturally, we don't have to do it ourselves. You should know that Broken Rock City has a lot of enemies. As long as we push them a little, Broken Rock City will inevitably be attacked. I think there are many city lords of super cities who are interested in Broken Rock City. Su Tianliang's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a cunning smile. That's a good idea, eldest Crown Prince. If we use a borrowed knife cleverly, we can indeed indirectly destroy Broken Rock City. The black-robed old man suddenly realized. Yes. Go and contact some of the super cities that have conflicts with Broken Rock City. Once everything is arranged, inform this king. This king will personally capture those who are related to Zhuowen and ruthlessly torture them, he. Chapter 575. The bad news of the return. Outside the provincial capital, a group of more than 10 people hurriedly left the city gates. These people were dressed in long black robes with large hoods covering their faces. It was impossible to make out their true appearances. The group of people dressed in strange clothes only stopped when they were nearly 1,000 meters away from the provincial capital. The leader looked around and said in a low voice, "There is no one following us. I'm afraid that the people from the House of Marquis Baichuan didn't follow us out." As soon as this person finished speaking, the group of people around him heaved a sigh of relief. They took off their hoods and revealed their true appearances. It was Qiu Chou, Guyu Tian, and the others. It turned out that after receiving Qing Lian and Luo Xing's warning, they had deliberately disguised themselves and hurriedly left the provincial capital. They were afraid that the people from the House of Marquis Baichuan would cause trouble. Senior Qiu Chou, City Governor Ouyang, it's all thanks to your Broken Rock City. If it wasn't for you, the three of us wouldn't have been able to escape the provincial capital. Guyu Tian bowed and said respectfully. Ha! You don't have to be like this. You don't have to worry too much about Zhuowen. I believe that guy won't die. Qiu Chou laughed and patted Guyu Tian's shoulder. Guyu Tian and the other two smiled bitterly. They naturally knew that Qiu Chou was comforting them. They looked at each other and shook their heads. You have to be careful of the people from the House of Marquis Baichuan. After all, your Vine Armor City is a low-level city. With the power of the House of Marquis Baichuan, destroying your Vine Armor City is just a matter of waving their hands. I think it's best that you transfer all the important people of Vine Armor City to our Broken Rock City. Qiu Chou said after thinking for a while. Won't that implicate your Broken Rock City? Guyu Tian's eyes brightened, but he immediately said with some hesitation. Don't worry. After all, our Broken Rock City is one of the top super cities in Muqin County. The House of Marquis Baichuan is indeed powerful, but they are not qualified to touch our Broken Rock City. If they really do, the House of Marquis Qin will not sit idly by. Qiu Chou shook his head and smiled. Thank you very much, Senior Qiu. I will go back now and move the important people of Vine Armor City to Broken Rock City. Guyu Tian and the other two were overjoyed. Yes. Let's part ways now and meet again at Broken Rock City. Qiu Chou nodded his head. Immediately, he led the group from Broken Rock City and soared into the sky. Father, let's go. We need to move the important people of Rattan Armor City as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late if the people of Marquis Baichuan's residence find out. Gu Xian hurriedly reminded. Go. Guyu Tian nodded. Then, the three of them headed in another direction. Whoosh! Chapter 576. Breaking out of the tower, Guyu Tian sighed softly. He understood Zhuo Xiangding's feelings. He also didn't want Zhuowen to fall. After all, he was a genius with more potential than a super genius. His future was limitless. Let's put Zhuowen's matter aside for now. Right now, our first priority is to move our men to Broken Rock City. Otherwise, the House of Marquis Baichuan will not let us off the hook, Guyu Tian said seriously. Then we'll do as you say. I'll pack my men today and follow you to Broken Rock City tomorrow, Hu Shao cupped his fists and said seriously. Guyu Tian nodded and looked at Zhuo Xiangding. He said, Zhuo family's head, why don't you follow us to Broken Rock City? Otherwise, the House of Marquis Baichuan will find your Zhuo family sooner or later. Zhuo Xiangding nodded. He had also regained his composure and said calmly, Don't worry, Governor. I'll pack my men and follow you to Broken Rock City. Seeing Zhuo Xiangding nod, Guyu Tian sighed and waved his hand. He said, Go back and prepare yourselves. We'll leave first thing in the morning tomorrow. Soon, everyone in the main hall dispersed. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, many people in Rattan Armor City were already busy. The governor's office, the Zhuo family, and the Huban family, the three local powers, had all gathered their men and left Rattan Armor City. As for the citizens of Rattan Armor City, Guyu Tian arranged for them to stay in the city. He also left behind a group of elite soldiers to maintain order in Rattan Armor City. Guyu Tian only took the most important people with him. As for the citizens of Rattan Armor City, he believed that the House of Marquis Baichuan wouldn't do anything to these weak people. Therefore, he didn't make any special arrangements. The crisp sound of horse hooves gradually faded away along the winding path. Perhaps, Guyu Tian and the rest still did not know that going to Broken Rock City was basically walking right into a trap. They had already walked step by step into the big net that Su Tianliang had laid out and were only waiting for the final opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning shot out from the black dragon-like clouds, wreaking havoc. Like knotted ropes, they formed a thick lightning prison in the void. Rumble! Tens of thousands of terrifying lightning bolts rained down like a thunderstorm, instantly enveloping a slender figure below. However, the surprising thing was that this figure didn't dodge at all. It clenched its right hand into a fist, and then boundless golden light surged out explosively. It was like a small sun that was slowly being born, and it was dazzling and resplendent. The golden light flashed, and the thunder that filled the sky dissipated. The crisp sound of footsteps rang out, and a young man with messy black hair and fluttering clothes slowly walked out. His exposed skin flashed with a faint golden light, and he looked like a demon or a god, as if he was gilded in gold. Ultimate Emperor Realm. I've finally reached it. The black-haired young man's face was filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but roar at the sky. His voice was like rolling thunder. Not bad. The effects of the lotus bathing in flames are indeed powerful. Kid, you were only at the initial stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm a few months ago, but under the effects of the lotus bathing in flames, you directly advanced to the Ultimate Emperor realm. The ragged Lu Hantian slowly stood up. His hawk-like eyes stared straight at Zhuowen, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Big brother Hantian. How long did it take me to cultivate? Zhuowen calmed his excitement and asked Lu Hantian with a smile on his face. It's been about 2 months. The speed at which you broke through to the Ultimate Emperor realm is quite fast. Originally, it was estimated that you would take 3 months, but you completed it 1 month ahead of time, Lu Hantian praised. 2 months. That means there's less than half a year left until the Battle of the 9 Counties. It seems that we should go out now, Zhuowen said with a smile after thinking for a while. Yes. It is indeed time to go out. But kid, let me remind you of something. The soul of the blood demon is suppressed in the demon-suppressing green coffin on your back. If you haven't completely refined the soul of the blood demon, it's best that you don't open it. Otherwise, the cunning blood demon might take the opportunity to escape. Suddenly, Lu Hantian's gaze focused on the green coffin on Zhuowen's back. His tone became extremely serious and cautious. Zhuowen was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. He knew that the other functions of the demon-suppressing green coffin couldn't be used in this way. However, the benefits were extremely obvious. After all, the demon-suppressing green coffin on his back would continuously refine the blood demon's power and transmit it into his body. Unknowingly, Zhuowen was in a state of cultivation all the time. Even if he didn't deliberately meditate, the power of the blood demon in the demon-suppressing green coffin would constantly increase his strength. At this rate, Zhuowen guessed that before the Battle of the 9 Counties, he might be able to borrow the blood demon's power to break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm or even stronger. After all, the blood demon's power was boundless and as vast as the sea. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lu Hantian warned a few more times. With a wave of his sleeve, an incomparably valiant power wrapped around Zhuowen. With a step, he directly entered the huge blood-colored vortex in the sky. Outside the Origin Chi Tower, the high platform in the center and the 4 large plazas that originally existed had long been demolished. At this moment, there was nothing left in the surroundings. The annual Origin Chi Tower battle was indeed an unparalleled event in the entire Muqin County. However, once the Origin Chi Tower battle ended, the Origin Chi Tower would only be a symbol of the county capital. There wouldn't be too many people around it for sightseeing. When the residents of the county capital passed by the Origin Chi Tower, most of them would occasionally glance at it. Although their eyes were filled with reverence and envy, the Origin Chi Tower that hadn't been opened was only a magnificent building to them. Only 2 months had passed since the end of the Origin Chi Tower battle. However, the residents of the county capital were still talking about the numerous geniuses who had stood out. Although 2 months had passed, the topics of discussion had become even more heated. Among them were naturally the 5 geniuses who had obtained the 5 ancient inheritances, Lv Tao, Luo Xing, Qin Ruyan, Qin Batian and Ling Wushuang. It is said that the competition for the Origin Chi Tower battle this time was far more intense than the previous ones, especially the final 5 ancient inheritances. The results really exceeded everyone's expectations. A patrolling guard in armor was currently narrating the situation outside the Yuan Chi Tower in a lively manner. In front of the guard, there were quite a number of civilians who were listening attentively to the guard's narration. The guard's eloquence was not bad. He spoke vividly and with a cadence of ups and downs, causing the surrounding audience to exclaim from time to time. Evidently, they had all taken the place of the guard's story. Our Muqin counties publicly acknowledged 5 super geniuses. How come 2 of them didn't obtain the ancient inheritances, and instead, it was obtained by two unknown geniuses. Could it be that Su Tianliang of the Hundred Rivers Marquis residence and Zhu Qi of the Imperial Sword sect were defeated by Ling Wuxuang in Qinglian? Suddenly, a tall and burly man among the crowd stood out and questioned. This was also the doubt in many people's hearts. Instantly, everyone's gaze converged on the guard. All of a sudden, he became the center of attention, which made the guard quite happy. Although he was only an insignificant and lowly guard, he was lucky enough to be assigned to maintain order in the Origin Qi Tower, so he saw and heard much more than the other people. Ling Wuxuang is the #1 genius of Ling Tian City, and Qin Lian is a more outstanding disciple of Jade Maiden Starcourt. These two people's strength is inferior to Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, so naturally, they don't have the ability to challenge Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi. The guard shook his head and said. Then how did they obtain the inheritances? Could it be that Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi were kind enough to give them away? The burly man continued to ask with his arms crossed. He. Speaking of this, we have to mention one person. That person's name is Zhuowen. It's said that he's only a genius from a low-level city, but he rose up in the Origin Qi Tower and became this year's Origin Qi Tower's biggest dark horse. According to what I know, Zhu Qi and Su Tianliang were eliminated by this Zhuowen at the same time. And this child is also magnanimous. He directly gave up the inheritances of Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, but he stubbornly chose the terrifying blood demon inheritance. I'm afraid this child has already died. What a pity for such a prodigy. Speaking of this, the guard's face revealed a rare trace of emotion and regret. He was originally a lowly person, and a genius like Zhuowen who rose up from nothing easily resonated with him. It was a pity that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. The surrounding crowd also fell silent. They had long heard of Zhuowen's name, and his various deeds in the Origin Qi Tower had long been spread throughout the county. However, what they didn't know was that Zhuowen had actually eliminated super geniuses like Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi at the same time. It was indeed terrifying. Boom! 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 Suddenly, an extremely frightening tremor occurred in the entire county. It was as if an extremely terrifying earthquake had occurred in the county. At the same time, a huge pillar of blood shot out from the Origin Qi Tower. The originally clear blue sky was now dyed a strange blood-red color. Countless amounts of blood qi filled the air, dyeing the entire county blood-red. What's going on? Is there an abnormal movement in the Origin Qi Tower? The guards and a group of people not far from the Origin Qi Tower were all lying on the ground, trembling. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they stared at the towering Origin Qi Tower in front of them. The towering pillar of blood and the violent tremor immediately attracted the attention of countless forces in the county. In an instant, countless warriors rushed towards the Origin Qi Tower. They all wanted to see what was happening in the Origin Qi Tower. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures stepped out from the blood pillar. These two figures' appearances were extremely strange. One of them had unkempt hair and a dirty face. His clothes were ragged, and he looked like a down-and-out beggar. The other person was rather young. He had black hair and black clothes, and he carried a green coffin on his back. His body that was like a spear shaft emitted a fierce aura that made people unable to look directly at him. Motherfucker! The commotion is too big. The beggar-like man opened his mouth and cursed. It was incomparably vulgar. Big Brother Hantian. Your commotion is indeed too big. Let's quickly leave this place. Otherwise, we'll really be targeted by all the forces in the county. The black-haired youth helplessly spread out his hands. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. The beggar-like man waved his sleeve, and the two instantly disappeared without a trace. The guards that were originally lying on the ground secretly looked at the two people that disappeared in the sky. Especially when they saw the youth carrying the green coffin, they felt that the youth was somewhat familiar. Chapter 577. The 100-Year Brew Restaurant. The appearance of the blood pillar shook the entire county. A swarm of locust-like figures flitted towards the Origin Energy Tower in the center of the county. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Dozens of figures with terrifying auras instantly arrived in the air above the Origin Energy Tower. They walked through the air like immortals. They're all Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. The nearest guards and the dozens of commoners beside them couldn't help but gulp when they saw the dozens of figures walking through the air. Only cultivators at the Ultimate Emperor Realm and above were capable of flying through the air. Now that so many legendary powerhouses had gathered here, the commoners were naturally filled with awe and curiosity. At the very front of these figures was a middle-aged man in blue robes. He had a solemn expression on his face as he stared at the enormous blood pillar in the air above the Origin Energy Tower. "Brother Lu. What's going on? Why did something like this suddenly happen to the Origin Energy Tower?" The master of the meteorite arrived in front of Lu Nantian, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. At the same time, Marquis Baichuan Su Chang, Marquis Yongxing Qin Ye, and the head of the ruling sword school, Xian Yuanli, all gathered in the air above the Origin Energy Tower with similar expressions of confusion. "I'm not sure either." Lu Nantian shook his head. In truth, he was also extremely puzzled. After the battle for the Origin Energy Tower, the tower should have been completely closed. How could such a huge commotion have occurred? Let's ask the commoners below. They were nearby when the Origin Energy Tower changed. Let's see what they have to say. LV Nanshan's gaze quickly fell on the guard and the people behind him who were looking up at him. These commoners might have some clues. The few of them agreed one after another. Soon after, LV Nantian led the rest of the group and landed on the empty ground below. They slowly walked towards the somewhat bewildered and helpless guards. The guards and the crowd behind them were extremely nervous when they saw LV Nantian and the other experts walking towards them. Ultimate Emperor Realm experts were lofty existences to them, as unreachable as gods. However, these existences had actually taken the initiative to walk towards them, and in a group at that. How could the guards and the others not be nervous and excited? "Can you tell us what happened in the Origin Energy Tower just now?" Lu Nantian asked indifferently. The guard lowered his head slightly as his eyes flickered incessantly. However, his heart was filled with excitement. He did not expect that the #1 expert in Muqin County, Lu Nantian, would actually take the initiative to ask a lowly guard like him. The guard hurriedly cupped his hands and respectfully said, "This lowly one doesn't know the specifics," but not long after the blood pillar appeared, two figures appeared in the Origin Energy Tower. They immediately disappeared into the sky. "Two figures? You said two people came out of the Origin Energy Tower?" When the guard said this, LV Nantian and the magnates behind him were all stunned. The tower had been closed for almost 2 months, and there were still people coming out from it. Moreover, there were two of them. In that instant, everyone thought of Zhuowen, who was still trapped in the Origin Energy Tower. Because Zhuowen had stubbornly chosen to inherit the Blood Devil's inheritance and didn't leave the tower on time, everyone had subconsciously thought that Zhuowen had died. But now, the guard's words had undoubtedly overturned their assumption that Zhuowen had died. It was very likely that Zhuowen was still alive. "Can you describe the appearance of these two people in detail?" Lu Nantian asked with bright eyes. He knew that if Zhuowen hadn't died, it was very likely that he had obtained the Blood Devil's inheritance in the end. As for why he had only come out now, it was probably because he had encountered some obstacles in the inheritance and was delayed. "I also didn't see very clearly. One of them was middle-aged, and his clothes were ragged like a beggar. The other was young, and the youth was carrying a large green coffin on his back." The guard honestly replied. His strength wasn't high, so his eyesight wasn't that sharp. He didn't see the appearance of the two people clearly. Two people. The youth was carrying a bronze coffin. After hearing the guard's description, Lu Nantian and the others revealed a trace of doubt. Originally, they thought that the youth was most likely Zhuowen, but they remembered that Zhuowen wasn't carrying anything on his back, let alone something as strange as a bronze coffin. Could it be that it wasn't Zhuowen? Then who could it be? Lu Nantian was somewhat bewildered. In the noisy street, two unique figures slowly walked among the crowd, attracting the attention of many people in the surroundings as they whispered to each other. Zhuowen. Could it be that the two of us are very strange? Why are there so many people pointing at us? Lu Hantian, who was wearing ragged clothes and looked like a beggar, casually asked as he looked around on the street. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "They are pointing at you. I'm very normal, okay? Look at you, you're completely like a beggar. It's normal for them to point at you. You're not much better than me, right? Your clothes are also ragged, and you're carrying a coffin. Compared to you, I'm considered normal." Lu Hantian shook his finger and laughed. Zhuowen realized that he was actually speechless. Speaking of which, carrying a coffin on his back was indeed extremely strange, but Zhuowen would not easily take down the devil-suppressing green coffin. The longer he carried this thing, the more his cultivation would increase. The power of the blood demon within the coffin was constantly increasing his cultivation and strength. How could he let go of such benefits? I haven't come out for nearly 100 years. I didn't expect that the changes in the county capital weren't that great. Perhaps it was because he had been trapped in the blood demon's inheritance ground for too long, but Lu Hantian looked around on the street like a country bumpkin. This kind of behavior also attracted many disdainful and contemptuous gazes. Even the 100-year-old wine house is still here. I haven't had a good drink in a long time. Zhuowen, accompany me for a good drink today to celebrate our successful escape. Lu Hantian seemed to have seen something interesting. He hurriedly pulled Zhuowen and stopped in front of an extremely luxurious restaurant. The restaurant in front of them was called the 100-year-old wine house. It occupied an area of nearly 100 li, and the entire restaurant was shaped like a tower. It actually had a total of 100 floors, and every floor was filled with customers. It was crowded and bustling, and business was extremely hot. Brat. This 100-year-old wine house is a good place. The fine wine inside is extremely delicious. The wine fragrance is mellow, and the aftertaste is endless. If you drink a cup of it, you definitely won't be able to stop, hee. Speaking of wine, Lu Hantian's smile suddenly became extremely wretched. Hey. You two poor beggars, this is not a place where you two can come. Hurry up and scram. When Lu Hantian was about to bring Zhuowen in, a burly man at the entrance of the 100-year-old wine house extended his right hand and blocked Lu Hantian's path. His eyes were wide open, and his gaze was filled with warning. Scram! Lu Hantian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the burly man. With a light shout, a surge of energy condensed within the sound wave, causing the burly man to retreat repeatedly. With a muffled groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the burly man's face was filled with fear. He could be considered a heavenly king stage expert, but this person had actually heavily injured him with a light shout. What kind of strength did this require? This person was definitely an expert above the ultimate emperor stage. He had never even heard of a technique like using sound waves to injure someone. In the 100-year-old wine house, there were also many people who had noticed the commotion between Lu Hantian and the burly man. Especially when they saw that Lu Hantian had actually injured the Heavenly King stage expert with a single shout, they all revealed expressions of shock. This person is so strong. Using sound waves to injure people, he must be at least an ultimate emperor stage expert. I really didn't expect such an unremarkable old beggar to be so strong. This old beggar is indeed strong. I wonder how strong the coffin-carrying youth beside him is. I'm afraid he won't be too weak. In the restaurant, many people stared at Lu Hantian and Zhuowen with fear in their eyes. It was obvious that they had already treated the two of them as reclusive experts. My lords! This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that the two of you can forgive me. Please, please come in. The burly gatekeeper hurriedly stood up. How could he not know that the old beggar in ragged clothes in front of him was far from someone he could contend against? He was already filled with regret, secretly hating himself for judging a book by its cover. He stepped aside with a fawning smile on his face. Wouldn't it have been better if you had let us in earlier? You would have suffered less physical pain. Lu Hantian's performance was extremely domineering. He directly led Zhuowen into the restaurant, not even sparing a glance at the burly man. Looking at the burly man who had his head lowered and was silent at the door, as well as Lu Hantian's matter-of-fact expression, Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In this world, the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, you could do whatever you wanted. What rules? What restrictions? To a true expert, they existed in name only. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. After entering the restaurant, many people stared at Zhuowen and Lu Hantian with fear. The scene of Lu Hantian injuring the burly man with his sound wave had already made them guess that Lu Hantian was a reclusive expert. No one dared to provoke such a person. The 100-Year Brew restaurant has a total of 100 floors. Each floor is more luxurious than the last. Furthermore, the wine on each floor is more delicious than the last. The wine on the 100th floor is simply the finest wine. When the time comes, Big Brother will let you taste what is called a delicacy in the world. Ha! As he spoke, Lu Hantian led Zhuowen to the top floor without stopping. The two people's strange appearance naturally attracted the strange gazes of the customers on the other floors. However, the two of them didn't care about the strange gazes around them. At the entrance of the 100th floor, two burly men who were like iron towers coldly stared at Zhuowen and Lu Hantian. They said, "This is the province capital. Only people from the 5 superpowers can enter. The two of you don't look like people from any superpowers. I advise the two of you to leave this place." Although one of the burly men's gaze was cold, his tone was rather polite. Although Lu Hantian and Zhuowen were dressed strangely, their auras were quite powerful. The two burly men didn't want to offend them too much. Moreover, the two burly men had heard of Lu Hantian injuring someone with his sound wave. Thus, their attitude wasn't that bad. They only planned to chase the two of them below the 100th floor. Chapter 578. Su Make or Thump. 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 The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the restaurant as a group of 7 or 8 people walked up the stairs to the 100th floor. The person in the lead was a young woman. This woman was dressed in yellow silk. Her skin was snow white, and her figure was voluptuous. She could be considered a beauty with good looks. However, the coldness that was revealed between her brows destroyed this woman's overall beauty. To Zhuowen's surprise, all 8 of them were actually Ultimate Emperor Realm experts based on the auras they faintly emanated. The strongest amongst them was the woman in yellow, and she was actually a second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm expert at the initial Emperor Realm. As for the others, they were basically all at the Ultimate King Realm. However, there was one person who caught Zhuowen's attention. It was a young man with a cold expression who followed closely behind the woman in yellow. This person's aura was rather strange. Although he looked like an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, Zhuowen's sharp senses told him that this young man's strength was not simple. He was probably hiding his true cultivation level. It's actually the 3rd princess of the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, Su Mei. She doesn't like to drink. Why has she come to the 100-Year Brew restaurant today? The 3rd princess probably isn't here to drink, right? Those who can enter the 100th floor of the 100-Year Brew are basically people from the 5 super forces. She's probably here to meet some important person. Many people on the 99th floor recognized the woman in yellow and her group. They were all whispering and guessing Su Mei's motive for entering the 100th floor. Marquis of Baichuan's residence. With Zhuo Wen's hearing, he naturally heard the discussions of many people around him. Especially when he heard the words Baichuan Marquis residence, his eyes could not help but narrow. The grudge between him and the Marquis of Baichuan's residence was not small. If Su Chang and Su Tianliang knew that Zhuowen had come out of the Origin Qi Tower alive, they would probably not be able to eat or sleep in peace. They might even attack him directly. I never thought that Princess Mei would come to our 100-year brew. It's truly an honor. As soon as the yellow-clothed woman arrived, the two burly men guarding the door had smiles plastered on their faces. They even had fawning expressions on their faces as they hurriedly made way for her to enter the staircase and respectfully made an inviting gesture. The yellow-clothed woman's cold and pretty face was filled with arrogance. She casually glanced at the sloppy Lu Hantian and Zhuowen, who was carrying a coffin. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and her beautiful eyes had a trace of undisguised disgust. Your 100-year brew is considered a major force in the prefecture capital. How could you allow these two sloppy fellows to enter the restaurant and even reach the 99th floor? Su Mei shook her head and spoke in a somewhat harsh tone, causing Zhuowen and Lu Hantian to frown. Princess Mei is right. Our 100-year brew will deal with this matter properly. Please enter. The two burly men smiled and hurriedly made an inviting gesture. However, they were not in a hurry to chase away Zhuowen and Lu Hantian. The two burly men knew that the two unremarkable people in front of them were not ordinary people. Naturally, they would not be too ruthless. Seeing that the two burly men did not immediately chase away Zhuowen and Lu Hantian, Su Mei's shapely eyebrows slightly wrinkled. A trace of discomfort flashed across her eyes. She could faintly feel that the young man with the coffin was looking at her with a slightly unfriendly gaze. Although this sort of feeling was somewhat baffling, it still caused her to feel uncomfortable. Thus, her words earlier were actually for the two burly men to drive away those two strange people. However, the two burly men did not do that. Instead, they pretended to be ignorant. I don't really want to see these two people. I believe that the two of you understand what I mean. I don't need my men to deal with such a small matter, right? Su Mei was not in a hurry to enter the staircase. Her gaze was also not on Zhuowen and Lu Hantian. Instead, she stared straight at the two burly men. In her opinion, Zhuowen and Lu Hantian did not have the qualifications for her to look at them in the eye. Although the young man with the coffin gave her an uncomfortable feeling, this was not the Marquis Baichuan's residence. She could not possibly turn the tables and make a move here. Naturally, this kind of thing could only be done by the people of the 100-year brew. Since Su Mei had already said this, the two burly men naturally did not play dumb. They could only brace themselves and look at Zhuowen and Lu Hantian and say, the two of you. There are a few private rooms on the 99th floor. Why don't the two of you take a rest in one of the private rooms and order some dishes? Although Lu Hantian's performance at the entrance of the restaurant was extremely valiant and powerful, Su Mei was still a direct descendant of the Marquis Baichuan's residence. This woman represented the Marquis Baichuan's residence, which was a huge superpower. In front of such a superpower, an individual's strength was insignificant. Therefore, they naturally did not want to offend Su Mei. When she heard that the two burly men were not chasing away Zhuowen and Lu Hantian, but were instead courteously offering them a private room, Su Mei's beautiful face finally darkened. Her tone became more serious as she said, the two of you might not understand what I mean, right? Then I'll make it clear. Immediately chase these two people out of the 100-year brew. I don't want to eat in the same restaurant as such sloppy people. Zhuowen and Lu Hantian had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Especially Zhuowen, the way he looked at Su Mei was as if he was watching a monkey perform. The corner of his mouth was filled with a cold smile. If this woman knew the true identity of the unkempt beggar standing beside her, who knew how she would feel? Su Mei was incomparably arrogant and looked down on everyone. Zhuowen had seen it before. Originally, he did not have a good impression of the Marquis Baichuan's residence, but now, he had even sentenced them to death. Indeed, like father like son. Marquis Baichuan's character was not good, but his children were worse than him. The two burly men immediately felt awkward. At the same time, there was a trace of anger in their hearts. Their 100-year brew was open for business, and they were not servants of the Marquis Baichuan's residence. Allowing Su Mei to order them around and openly chase away customers would definitely damage the reputation of their 100-year brew. At this moment, Su Mei seemed to have sensed something. Her arrogant eyes glanced at Zhuowen and immediately saw the cold smile and disdain on the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. "What are you laughing at? Who gave you the guts to laugh at me? I'll give you a chance now. Slap yourself 50 times and get out of the 100-year brew immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Su Mei coldly shouted at Zhuowen. The cold smile on the corner of Zhuowen's mouth slowly froze. Zhuowen's face finally turned cold. He, Zhuowen, had not provoked this Su Mei from the start. Instead, this unruly and willful Su Mei had taken the initiative to find trouble with him. This caused his heart to be filled with killing intent. Slap yourself 50 times. Get out of the 100-year brew. With just you. Zhuowen said in a low voice. Yo! A trash like you dares to jump on top of my head. Who gave you the guts? I'll give you one more chance. I'll count to 3. If you don't get out of here by then, you'll have to stay here forever. Su Mei slowly pulled out the sword in her hand and sneered. At the same time, the 7 people behind Su Mei all pulled out their weapons. Extremely terrifying auras burst out from their bodies. All of them were at the ultimate emperor realm, causing cyclones to sweep out in all directions. Those two are in for it. They should have just left obediently. Now, I'm afraid they won't be able to leave even if they want to. The 2 brawny men helplessly shook their heads. They had already done their best just now. However, these 2 clearly did not appreciate it. Not only did they not leave, they had even angered Su Mei, who was also known as Little Chili Pepper. Facing the powerful auras of Su Mei and the others, Zhuowen did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, he was extremely calm as he slowly said, "From the start, the 2 of us did not provoke you, right? We didn't even say a single word. Furthermore, we have never met before. So why are you forcing us to get out of the 100-year brew today? You should at least give a reason." "Ha! Reason? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Our princess doesn't like you and wants you to get out. Do you think she needs a reason? If she asks you to get out, then get out. If you don't, then you'll have to bear the consequences." A young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks who was standing in front of Su Mei immediately stepped forward and pointed his sword at Zhuowen. His attitude was extremely arrogant. It was obvious that he wanted to put on a good show in front of Su Mei. However, before the young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks could finish speaking, he suddenly felt his neck tighten. Following that, he realized in horror that Zhuowen, who was originally 10 meters away from him, had unknowingly appeared in front of him. Furthermore, he did not know when his neck had been lifted up by Zhuowen's hand, as if he was carrying a little chick. He only heard the black-haired young man who was carrying a green coffin on his back say slowly, "Did I say you could speak?" At this moment, the young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks had bulging eyes that were filled with fear. He did not even see how Zhuowen had made his move. He was casually lifted up by Zhuowen and was unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Su Mei and the rest were all shocked. They also did not see how Zhuowen had made his move. They only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and the young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks who was originally full of vigor was lifted off the ground by Zhuowen single-handedly. The young man struggled with all his might. "How dare you? Why aren't you letting Su Gang go? You only have one chance now. Let Su Gang go immediately and break one of your arms. If you do that, we might still let you live." Although Su Mei was slightly shocked to see her own people being humiliated by Zhuowen right in front of her eyes, she was even more furious. No one had ever dared to disobey her in front of her. "Ha! Break one of my arms. Let me live." Seeing that Su Mei was still putting on the airs of a princess, Zhuowen's killing intent erupted like a volcano. He looked at Su Mei with even more disgust. "That's right. You have already committed a grave sin by offending this princess. However, if you let Su Gang go now, this princess can spare your life. You only need to break one of your arms. This is already the greatest kindness this princess can show you." Su Mei nodded her head with a matter-of-fact look on her face. "Looks like the princess is indeed benevolent. He is already in my hands and you actually want me to let him go before breaking one of your arms. Huh, how benevolent." Chapter 579. The escalating conflict crack. The clear sound of bones breaking reverberated throughout the entire restaurant. Soon after, everyone discovered that the head of the monkey-faced Su Gang was strangely bent at this moment. His eyes were bulging, and he was actually deader than dead. Killed. Someone from the house of Baichuan was actually killed just like that. Moreover, he was an ultimate emperor realm cultivator. It wasn't easy to nurture such an expert. At this moment, everyone was looking at the calm-looking youth with the green coffin on his back. Their gazes were filled with reverence. This kid looked to be around 19 years old, but he was actually able to kill Su Gang with a wave of his hand. This kid's cultivation and talent were terrifying. The two brawny men at the staircase were also stunned at this moment. The two of them did not expect that things would develop to this point. Zhuowen killed Su Gang, which meant that he had a death feud with the Baichuan Marquis residents. This was not a simple matter. "You killed Su Gang." Only now did Su Mei regain her senses. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled. "Yes. He was just a lackey. Is there a problem with me killing him?" Zhuowen nodded seriously. With a toss of his right hand, the lifeless Su Gang was tossed to Su Mei's feet by Zhuowen. His actions were as calm as water, without any ripples. Lu Hantian, who was standing beside Zhuowen, didn't do anything. He only silently looked at Zhuowen with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Survival of the fittest was the only rule in this world. If you showed any mercy, others would take advantage of you. Lu Hantian was naturally satisfied with Zhuowen's decisive and ruthless methods. Originally, he was worried that Zhuowen was still young and didn't understand the ways of the world. His previous arrogant actions were purposely to make Zhuowen think deeply and let him know that this was a world where the strong were respected. But now that he saw Zhuowen make a move, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. This kid had done far better than he had imagined. Good, good, good. How courageous. You actually dared to kill the people of my Baichuan Marquis residence. It has been a long time since someone dared to provoke me. Today, this princess will pull out your tendons and peel off your bones. You will be in so much pain that you will wish you were dead. Men, capture me for these two fellows who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Su Mei furrowed her brows and suppressed her anger. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the remaining 5 people behind her surrounded Zhuowen and Lu Hantian. As for the cold and indifferent youth with an obscure aura, he did not step forward. Instead, he stood silently beside Su Mei. Evidently, he was Su Mei's personal bodyguard. Princess Mei. This is the century-old wine house, and fighting is not allowed. I hope that the princess can give us some face. The development of the situation had already exceeded the two burly men's expectations. Although Su Mei had a noble status and was a direct descendant of the Baichuan Marquis residence, that Zhuoan was even more mysterious and terrifying. To be able to kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert with a single move, one had to be at least a third-will ultimate Emperor Realm expert. This Zhuoan looked to be around 19 years old. To be able to achieve this at such a young age, the power behind this kid was probably not weak. Therefore, the two burly men did not want to offend both of them at the same time. Ha! Fighting is not allowed. Are the two of you blind? My people were killed. This bastard attacked first. Now that we are retaliating, you are saying that we cannot fight. Could it be that your century-old wine house is purposely picking a fight with our Baichuan Marquis residence? Su Mei retorted with a cold snort. The two burly men were instantly speechless. Su Mei was right. However, Zhuoan had acted too quickly. They had not been able to stop him before Su Gang was killed. Humph. It was this bastard who attacked first. Therefore, you can ignore the century-old wine house. Today, this princess will take down these two unless the owner of the century-old wine house, Zui Wang, comes. Do it. As she spoke, Su Mei waved her jade-like hand. The five people surrounding Zhuo Wen immediately let out a sinister laugh as they brandished their weapons. The aura of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator suddenly erupted from their bodies. Although Zhuoan had instantly killed Su Gang with a single move, causing the five of them to be rather fearful, most of them believed that Zhuoan had launched a sneak attack first, which was why he had been able to kill Su Gang so easily. However, now that the five of them had joined forces, this Zhuoan was as easy as pie. 5 first-will Emperor Realm cultivators joining forces. That black-haired youth is in for it. This kind of lineup is enough to heavily injure a second-will Emperor Realm cultivator. Even if this youth is a second-will Emperor Realm cultivator, he's probably in for it. Many people in the restaurant were watching the show. Their gazes were focused on this side, especially when they saw Su Mei, and the other four surrounding Zhuoan. They all shook their heads and sighed. Kid! You can only blame your bad luck for offending our princess. Although your strength isn't bad, I'm afraid that you're not a match for the 5 of us. If you die, don't blame us when you go to hell. The 5 of them spoke one after another, their faces filled with confidence. However, just as they drew their weapons, a cold light flashed past like a bright moon. The 5 of them were completely stunned on the spot and didn't move an inch. They saw Zhuoan casually stroll out of the encirclement. At some point in time, a huge bone spear had appeared in his hand. The cold light that had flashed just now had actually come from this bone spear. You guys talk too much. Remember to speak less when you go to hell. Otherwise, you'll make a mistake if you talk too much. Zhuoan lightly flicked the tip of the spear with a cold expression. Spurt. The moment Zhuoan walked out of the encirclement, a line of blood appeared on the necks of the 5 people. Then, blood spurted out from their necks like a fountain. The 5 of them clutched their necks tightly, their faces filled with shock and fear. They didn't even see how Zhuoan had attacked. Boom! 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 With despair in their eyes, the 5 of them fell to the ground one after another. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground resounded throughout the restaurant. A spear to the throat, blood splattered all 5 of them. At this moment, the entire restaurant was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of blood splashing echoed in the silent restaurant. Whether it was Su Mei, the 2 burly men, or the other customers at the tables in the hall, they were all stunned at this moment. Their faces were filled with disbelief. 5 lofty ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators had died so easily right before their very eyes in an instant. Hiss! Hiss! After a long period of silence, the sound of sharp inhales of cold air rang out. Everyone's gazes changed as they looked at the calm youth. This kid was too terrifying. He'd completely annihilated 5 Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioners with a single move. At this moment, the 2 burly men's hearts were filled with joy. They hadn't expected that the seemingly down-and-out youth in front of them would actually possess such terrifying strength. Fortunately, they hadn't offended him before. Otherwise, their fates wouldn't have been any better. Thump. 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 Zhuowen gently wiped off the blood on the tip of his spear as he strolled towards Su Mei, with a smile on his face. You. What do you want? The arrogance on Su Mei's face had long since disappeared as she watched Zhuowen approach. Instead, it was replaced by deep fear. The youth in front of her was too terrifying. 5 Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioners had joined forces, yet he defeated them in a single move. His strength had probably long surpassed that of an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He was probably at least at the 3rd Emperor Realm. I'll give you one last chance. If you leave this place now, I won't pursue the matter from before. You'd best not push your luck. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Su Mei's face was gloomy as she spoke in a deep voice. Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to her words and continued to walk towards Su Mei. The bone spear in his hand gave off an even sharper aura. You forced me to do this. Zhuowen's actions had already made his answer clear. Su Mei's face couldn't help but darken as she said in a deep voice, Su Ling. It's time for you to act. This kid refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Teach him a good lesson. The moment Su Mei's words left her mouth, the cold-looking man beside her took a step forward, a rare trace of caution appearing on his cold face. Zhuowen gave him an extremely powerful feeling, but his duty was to protect Su Mei, so he had no choice but to take action. Brother, I'm sorry. You've already killed 6 people from my house of Marquis of Baichuan. Moreover, they were all core disciples of the house of Marquis of Baichuan. I'm sure your anger has dissipated. The cold man named Su Ling spoke in a fearful tone. Ha! What a nice forgive. If I wasn't strong enough today, would your princess have forgiven me? Now that you've discovered that you're weaker than me, you want me to forgive you? Don't you find it laughable? Zhuowen sneered as he paused his steps. Su Ling frowned and said helplessly, You should have heard of the house of Marquis of Baichuan, right? Princess Mei is a direct descendant of the house of Marquis of Baichuan. Her status is high. If you touch her, I'm afraid that the house of Marquis of Baichuan will not let you off easily. Hee. There's not much difference between letting her off and not letting her off. Do you think that if I let her off now, she'll be magnanimous enough to forgive me and not take revenge on me? How laughable. Zhuowen's mocking expression became even more intense. Looks like you don't intend to let us off. Then there's nothing to talk about. I think you'll regret it. Su Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he suddenly stepped forward. A vast aura as vast as the sea surged out from his body. The space around him distorted as a cyclone enveloped his entire body. Three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Practitioner. This Su Ling is actually an Ultimate Emperor Realm Practitioner. He's really hidden it well. I actually couldn't tell just now. After Su Ling had displayed his strength, cries of surprise rose and fell in the restaurant. Su Ling's sudden outburst had caused many people to be inexplicably shocked. I've already given you a chance just now. Since you didn't cherish it, no one can save you now. Once he released his aura, Su Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile. He stared coldly at Zhuowen, his face filled with confidence that victory was within his grasp. Bastard! Once Su Ling makes his move, you'll definitely die. It's too late for you to beg for mercy now. Su Mei crossed her arms in front of her chest as the corners of her mouth curled into a cruel sneer. That's right. No one can save you now. Zhuowen shook his head and gently waved the bone spear in his hand. The beginner spear intent that he had just grasped suddenly surged out. Instantly, the surrounding space distorted and time stopped. Chapter 580. Old man Zue Wang, how is this possible? How can you be so strong? Zhuowen and Su Ling passed by each other. Everything seemed normal, but Su Ling's eyes were slightly bulging. Only he saw that when the youth in front of him passed by him, the bone spear in the youth's hand moved. Unmoving like a mountain, moving like a thunderbolt, Zhuowen's spear was fast to the extreme. Although Su Ling could feel Zhuowen's spear move, his reaction was unable to catch the slightest trace of it. Fast. It was too fast. This was not a spear technique that an ordinary warrior could use. In the entire restaurant, only 2 people saw Zhuowen's spear. One of them was Su Ling, and the other was the shabbily dressed Lu Hantian. This kid's formlessness is indeed heaven-defying. He has only been in contact with spear intent for a short while, but he is already able to use it with ease. Although it is only elementary spear intent, if it is used well, it is enough to instantly kill a warrior of the same level. Looking at Zhuowen's back, the satisfaction in Lu Hantian's eyes became even more intense. The more heaven-defying Zhuowen's performance was, the happier he felt. It was as if he was watching his own child continuously grow up in front of him. Other than these 2 people, the rest of the people in the restaurant only saw Zhuowen casually pass by Su Ling. Then, Su Ling was like a fool, standing in a daze on the spot, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. What's going on? What happened just now? Did Su Ling become a fool? Just now, I only saw that after the black-haired youth and Su Ling passed by each other, Su Ling was stunned. Could it be that he was possessed? In the restaurant, everyone's faces were filled with puzzlement. Su Ling's abnormal behavior was too strange in their eyes. Dang dang dang. Crisp footsteps slowly sounded. After passing by Su Ling, Zhuowen held the spear in his hand and once again walked towards Su Mei. He was leisurely and carefree. Su Ling. What are you doing? You were sent by my father to protect me. Do you dare to disobey my orders? At this moment, Su Mei sensed that something was wrong, especially when she saw Zhuowen slowly walking over. She couldn't help but slowly retreat. She shouted at Su Ling behind Zhuowen, who seemed to be in a daze. Puchi. An arrow of blood shot towards the sky. Su Ling, who was stunned on the spot, let out a furious roar towards the sky. Fresh blood gushed out from his mouth like a fountain. Both of his eyes were furiously widened. After which, he slowly fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Su Ling, an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator with 3 wheels, had still been insta-killed. Hiss hiss hiss. Gasps rang out one after another. Everyone stared in disbelief at the lifeless Su Ling. A mighty ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator had died just like that in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he had died with his eyes wide open. Immediately, everyone's gazes gathered on the calm and carefree young man once more. Their gazes had changed. If this kid had insta-killed 5 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators with a single move, they wouldn't have been too surprised. However, even an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator like Su Ling had been insta-killed. Just how terrifying was this kid's strength? This kid couldn't be offended. At this moment, the same thought flashed through the minds of everyone in the restaurant. To be able to insta-kill an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator with a single move, he had to be at least at the peak of the ultimate Emperor Realm. It was even possible that he was at the 4th ultimate Emperor Realm. This kid was only around 19 years old. To be able to achieve such accomplishments at such a young age, his talent was already comparable to the 5 super geniuses of Muqin County. This kid's background was definitely not simple. The hearts of the 2 burly men guarding the staircase were currently in turmoil. they couldn't calm down at all. Zhuowen's performance was just too shocking. To be able to insta-kill an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator with such talent and strength wasn't someone the two of them could afford to offend. However, the two of them were extremely glad that they hadn't offended this mysterious young man. Su Mei no longer had the arrogance from before. Even Su Ling had been insta-killed by Zhuowen. She knew that she had probably kicked an iron plate this time. However, the fluke in her heart still allowed her to muster up her courage and say, "I'm the third daughter of Marquis Baichuan. If you kill me, my father won't let you off. I think it's best if you don't go too far." Thud. Zhuowen stood still and stared at the cowardly Su Mei in front of him. His eyes were filled with disdain as he gently raised his right hand. Slap. A clear sound rang out faintly. Following that, everyone was shocked to discover that the right side of Su Mei's beautiful face had swollen up. It was an exceptionally comical sight. Not only were the people in the restaurant stunned, even the person involved, Su Mei, was stunned. She had never been hit by anyone in her entire life. Now, she had been slapped in front of so many people. Don't go too far. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to you? From the start, I didn't say a single word, nor did I do a single thing. Then, you found trouble with me and asked me to slap myself. After I refused, you ordered people to capture me and pull out my tendons and peel off my bones. My life is worse than death. If I wasn't strong enough today, would I really be tortured to death by you? Then tell me, do you have the right to say that? At this point, Zhuowen's voice became extremely loud. When the people in the restaurant heard this, they all nodded their heads. It was indeed as Zhuowen had said. At the start, Zhuowen didn't say a single word. Instead, it was Su Mei who was so overbearing that Zhuowen rose to resist. Speaking of which, Su Mei was simply reaping what she had sown. You dare to hit me? No one has ever dared to hit me. You actually dared to hit me. I'll kill you. After being slapped, Su Mei had clearly lost her mind. She waved the long sword in her hand and directly stabbed it towards Zhuowen's chest. Her beautiful face was filled with madness. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a cold laugh, Zhuowen flicked his finger. A golden radiance burst out and accurately hit the long sword. Instantly, the long sword in Su Mei's hand shattered inch by inch. Slap. Another crisp sound rang out. Zhuowen had slapped Su Mei again. This time, he didn't show any mercy and directly slapped the other side of Su Mei's left cheek. The powerful force directly caused Su Mei's body to spin. After which, she heavily crashed onto the ground. The left side of her face was greatly swollen. Immediately, Su Mei's beautiful face was completely disfigured. She looked like a pig's head. Holding both sides of her face, Su Mei no longer dared to make a sound. She stared fearfully at the calm young man in front of her. She knew that if she continued to be willful, she would be dead for sure. This was because she saw a trace of murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes. Stop! How dare you kill a member of the Marquis House of Baichuan? Who gave you the guts to do so? Just as Zhuowen was about to get rid of Su Mei, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the 100th floor. Following which, Zhuowen felt a terrifying gust of wind behind him. Frowning his brows, he actually felt a trace of threat from the gust of wind behind him. With a cold snort, he moved his feet and instantly dodged the gust of wind. Rumble. The gust of wind whistled past and blasted the pillar that required 3 people to wrap their arms around it. It was instantly reduced to dust. Swoosh. A blue-robed elder came before Su Mei with a furious expression. Looking at the almost unrecognizable Su Mei the blue-robed elder knitted his brows and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Elder Su knew. You're finally here. Hurry up and help me kill this bastard. How dare he hit me? Seeing the blue-robed elder, Su Mei suddenly burst into tears. However, her swollen face looked even uglier when she cried. Many people upstairs couldn't help but turn their heads away, not daring to look at her. It's Su Nu. He's one of the inner sect elders of the Marquis House of Baichuan. His strength has reached the initial stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm. He's also an extremely famous expert in the Marquis House of Baichuan. I'm afraid that young man is going to suffer. When they saw the blue-robed elder clearly, an uproar broke out in the restaurant. Obviously, they had all recognized the blue-robed elder. Brat! Who are you? How dare you kill members of the Marquis House of Baichuan and even hit the third commandery princess? You're really audacious and arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. As he spoke, the blue-robed elder stomped his foot. The terrifying aura of the Ultimate Emperor realm erupted like a volcano. The surrounding air flowed upwards like an upside-down waterfall. Endless waves of energy surged out. It was awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. Ultimate Emperor realm. Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes. Although he already had his suspicions, when he saw that the blue-robed elder had truly released the aura of a fifth-wheel Ultimate Emperor, he still felt serious. However, he was also eager to give it a try. He had just broken through to the fifth-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm not too long ago. He wondered what the outcome would be if he faced a true fifth-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. It's over. That young man is doomed. He can't fight against a Ultimate Emperor realm expert. It's rare to meet such a monstrous genius. It's a pity that he's going to die soon. Many people around them shook their heads and sighed. Although Zhuowen's performance was astonishing, it was impossible for him to reach the Ultimate Emperor realm at such a young age. After all, the number one genius of Muqin County, Lv Tao, had only reached the Ultimate Emperor realm at the age of 21. They didn't think that this young man, who was less than 20 years old, could reach the Ultimate Emperor realm. Just as the scene was about to explode, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. It was like a great bell that resounded through the entire 100-year brew. The 100-year brew is so lively today. Let me join in the fun. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly descended between Zhuo Wen and Su Nu. It was an old man with a head full of silver hair, and he wore a black and white robe with long sleeves. Especially his completely red brandy nose, he was exceptionally conspicuous. After he arrived between the two of them, the old man with rosacea touched his waist and withdrew a bottle of wine from his gourd, and then he pulled out the lid before raising his head and fiercely gulping it down. He drank while clicking his tongue with praise, and he completely didn't realize that he was standing between two people that were about to enter into a battle. After sensing two unfriendly gazes, the old man with the rosacea chuckled and said to Zhuowen and Su Nu, "Why are you two staring at me? This wine was brewed by me with great effort. A drop is worth thousands of gold. Don't even think about it." As he spoke, he burped. Then, under the strange gazes of the crowd, he fell asleep between Zhuowen and Su Nu, snoring loudly. Chapter 581. Slo Hantian was furious. Zhuo Wen stared at the sleeping old man with rosacea in front of him. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. He actually felt an extremely strong threat from this old man. This old man's strength was definitely far beyond Su Nu's. At this moment, Su Nu's face was also full of fear. He knew the old man with rosacea, who was the founder of the century-old brew restaurant. Although he was not as powerful as the giants of the 5 superpowers in the prefecture, the difference was not big. It was said that he was very close to the 9-wheel emperor realm. Moreover, this Zue Wang old man was known as the number 1 expert below the 5 magnates. It was because of this Zue Wang old man's backing that the 100-year brew was able to flourish in the provincial capital. Without a strong backing, it would be easy for other forces to suppress it. "I didn't expect you to come out," Elder Zoe Wang. But as you can see, we didn't offend that little bastard at all, but he killed 7 of us indiscriminately. If I hadn't sensed something wrong, even the 3rd commandery princess would have been killed. I think you're a reasonable person, Elder Zoe Wang. Su Nu cupped his hands and spoke in a rather courteous tone. As soon as he came up, he pinned a groundless accusation on Zhuo Wen and put the house of Marquis of Baichuan in a weak position. He knew that this old man was not to be trifled with. Naturally, he would not say that all this was caused by the people of the house of Baichuan. As soon as Su Nu finished speaking, many people around the restaurant frowned, but no one stood out to say anything. Su Nu was the inner elder of the Marquis mansion. His status and strength were extremely great, so they could not afford to offend him. So, they all kept silent. Zoe Wang, who was pretending to be asleep, rubbed his eyes and pretended to stand up. He glanced at Su Nu indifferently and then fixed his eyes on Zhuowen. He said, "What do you want to say? You killed these people, didn't you? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Zhuowen shook his head and sneered. Zoe Wang frowned slightly and said coldly, "I'm asking you, did you kill these people?" "Yes, I did. But I did it out of self-defense. It was Su Mei, and others who started the trouble." Facing Zoe Wang's question, Zhuowen was not afraid at all and said indifferently. "Humph. You really have guts. Don't you know that fighting is not allowed in the 100-year wine house? Who gave you the guts to do that? You don't need to quibble. You were the one who made the first move. I've been here for a long time." Old man Zoe Wang shook his head. His tone became somewhat cold as a terrifying aura surged out. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched when he sensed drunken old man's powerful aura. This drunken old man was indeed terrifying. Just the aura that he exuded was far beyond that of an ultimate 5-wheel emperor. It was no wonder that he was known as the strongest person below the 5 magnates. This title was not baseless. The moment old man Zoe Wang arrived, he immediately put pressure on Zhuowen. This immediately caused many people to be puzzled. They knew that what Zhuowen said was right. The first ones to cause trouble were Su Mei, and the others. However, old man Zoe Wang did not pursue the matter with Su Mei, and the others. Instead, he put pressure on Zhuowen. Many people did not understand. On the other hand, Su Nu and Su Mei's lips curled up as they revealed a complacent look. Old man Zoe Wang's origin was mysterious. Many people did not know how he rose to power and how he established himself in the county. However, Su Nu and Su Mei knew that old man Zoe Wang's rise could not be separated from the support of Marquis Baichuan, Su Chang. Therefore, old man Zoe Wang had a very close relationship with Marquis Baichuan's mansion. However, the others did not know about this. Even the other 4 superpowers did not know about the relationship between old man Zoe Wang and Su Chang. Old man Zoe Wang's sudden attack and the complacent smiles on Su Nu and Su Mei's faces immediately moved Zhuowen. His face turned slightly ugly. Old man Zoe Wang had arrived early and did not stop Su Mei from causing trouble. Now that Su Mei was in trouble, he appeared in time and attacked Jian Wushuang as soon as he appeared. Perhaps old man Zoe Wang's relationship with Marquis Baichuan's mansion was not ordinary. "Oh. Are you going to kill me?" Zhuowen stared coldly at old man Zoe Wang and said slowly. "Don't worry. I'm not an unreasonable person. Although Su Mei and the others were at fault, you killed them unreasonably. You're such a cruel person. No matter how talented you are, you'll still be a scourge. I won't kill you, but I can cripple you to prevent you from harming others in the future." Old man Zoe Wang sneered and a terrifying aura surrounded him. Suddenly, the air flowed upward and formed a funnel-shaped hurricane. The space collapsed and a black hole appeared vaguely. The wind howled. "So don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. After saying that, old man Zui Wang stretched out his right hand and directly hit Zhuowen's chest. The sun and the moon reversed and the stars moved. The whole world changed color. It's over. That young man is doomed. Old man Zui Wang is the strongest person below the 5 magnates. He's only one step away from reaching the ultimate 9-will emperor realm. Such an expert is not someone that he can compete with. Old man Zui Wang is acting a little strange today. He's actually siding with the house of Marquis Baichuan without distinguishing right from wrong. Could it be that the two of them are closely related? Everyone shook their heads and sighed when they saw old man Zui Wang make his move. They knew that the young man with the green coffin would definitely die. Boom! But soon, everyone was shocked to discover that old man Zui Wang's hand, which had traveled through time and space, had been grabbed by an extremely filthy hand. Then, old man Zui Wang, with his terrifying aura, fell flat on his face. Cripple your ass. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch my brother? I'll cripple you today. At the instant drunken old man fell, an incomparably vulgar voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Following which, the sloppy beggar, who had been motionless before, suddenly appeared in front of Zhuowen at some unknown time. Then, a shocking scene suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. They saw old man Zui Wang, who had been arrogant, fall to the ground. Then, the beggar stepped on him and the dirty sole of his foot made intimate contact with old man Zui Wang's cheek. You're awesome. You're arrogant. Who told you to show off? Who told you to show off? How dare you touch my brother? You won't even be able to show off. The beggar raised his foot and stomped fiercely. Every step landed on old man Zui Wang's cheek. The terrifying smell of his foot almost caused old man Zui Wang to faint. What shocked old man Zui Wang even more was that when he used all his strength to get up and resist, a pressure like the might of the heavens ruthlessly pressed down on his back, causing him to be unable to get up. Who was this person? This pressure was much more terrifying than Marquis Baichuan Su Chang. It wasn't something that an ultimate emperor realm cultivator could possess. Could this person be a 4th reverend realm expert? Old man Zui Wang's eyelids twitched when he thought of this. If this beggar was really a 4th reverend realm expert, then he was really unlucky. His heart was already filled with deep regret. If he knew that such an expert existed, how could he have dared to deal with Zhuowen? He really wanted to slap his own mouth. Everyone in the restaurant fell silent. Only the beggar's voice reverberated in the surroundings. His words were vulgar and licentious. Old man Zui Wang, who was originally high and mighty and needed to be looked up to, was now being humiliated and trampled under the beggar's foot. Even a fool could tell that the beggar's strength far surpassed old man Zui Wang's. This beggar was at least a 5th reverend realm expert, or even stronger. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they thought of this possibility. Su Nu and Su Mei, who were watching coldly from the sidelines, were completely dumbfounded. Old man Zui Wang, whose strength was second only to Su Chang, was humiliated and trampled under the beggar's foot. At this moment, the two of them finally began to pay attention to this shabby beggar. This beggar was probably a hermit expert. My lord! Spare my life, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Old man Zui Wang finally couldn't bear it anymore. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. This wasn't a battle of the same level at all. He was being abused. Lu Hantian kicked him a few more times. He let out a long sigh and said, "My feet are so sore." Boy, why don't you kick him a few times too? This human sandbag is pretty good. Hearing this, everyone in the restaurant was shocked. This Lu Hantian didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. Not only did he speak vulgarly, but his behavior was also similar to that of a commoner. Zhuowen shook his head. He turned his eyes slightly and looked at Su Nu and Su Mei, who were nervous not far away. Feeling Zhuowen's gaze, Su Nu and Su Mei felt numb on their backs. They had seen how ferocious the beggar was, and they knew they couldn't compete with him at all. "Little brother, Su Nu didn't know you were this senior's brother. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now." Su Nu was quite bold. He hurriedly pulled Su Mei to kneel down in a very humble manner. Even old man Zui Wang was beaten like that. Su Nu naturally didn't dare to show any disrespect. His heart was already filled with fear. "Get out of my way." Zhuowen directly kicked old man Zui Wang away. With Lu Hantian beside him, old man Zui Wang naturally didn't dare to resist. He let Zhuowen kick him and rolled to the side very cooperatively. Many people around were really shocked. Walking slowly to Su Nu and Su Mei, Zhuowen said lightly, "I'm not an unreasonable person. The one who stirred up the trouble was the princess of Marquis Mansion of Baichuan, and you indiscriminately accused me of a crime. That old man Zui Wang even wanted to cripple me directly. Do you think I can tolerate this?" Su Nu's heart thumped. He continued, "Little brother, what do you want? Marquis Mansion of Baichuan is not that easy to mess with." "Don't mention Marquis Mansion of Baichuan in front of me. Now I'll give you a chance. That is, you and I will fight to the death. If you win, you can leave with that bitch beside you. If you lose, you two will stay here forever." Chapter 582. A battle of life and death. They didn't expect that the young man with the green coffin would challenge Su Nu. Although Zhuowen's previous performance had been shocking, as he had killed Su Ling, who was a three-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm expert, with a single move, Su Nu wasn't someone Su Ling could compare to. He was a five-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm expert, and he wasn't at the same level as Su Ling. Furthermore, Zhuowen was too young. At his age, it was unlikely that he had reached the ultimate level of a five-wheel Emperor realm. No matter how one looked at it, challenging Su Nu was an act of seeking death. So what exactly was this youth relying on? Su Nu's face twitched and he frowned slightly. With the beggar like Lu Hantian around, he didn't dare to accept the challenge. It was inevitable to be injured in a battle. He was afraid that he would hurt the young man in front of him. Especially when he saw the dying drunkard old man lying on the ground, Su Nu didn't dare to accept the challenge. He was really afraid that the beggar would kill him. "Don't worry about my big brother. This is between you and me. If you win, you'll be free. If you lose, you'll stay alive. Otherwise, you'll die now," Zhuowen said indifferently. Lu Hantian stepped on drunkard old man's back and struck a pose. He didn't say anything to oppose. Obviously, he had acquiesced to Zhuowen's actions. "Okay. I accept." Su Nu knew that he had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and agreed. He knew that he only needed to win. He was very confident in his strength. He could easily win without hurting the young man. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped down from the top of the restaurant and arrived at an empty space below the restaurant. His loud and clear voice echoed out. "This place will be our battlefield. We will fight to the death, and only the winner will be able to leave this place alive. Su Nu, get down here now." The loud voice, like the morning bell and evening drum, resounded around the open space. Instantly, everyone on the floor of the 100-Year Brew House looked at the arrogant young man on the open space below. Who is that? How dare he set up a battle in front of the 100-Year Brew House? Doesn't he know that private fights are not allowed here? When old man Zui Wen comes out, this kid will be in for a bad time. The person he wanted to challenge seems to be called Su Nu. Could it be Su Nu, the inner court elder of Marquis Baichuan's mansion? Impossible. Su Nu of the house of Marquis Baichuan is a five-wheel ultimate emperor. Isn't this young man courting death by challenging Su Nu? He's probably someone with the same name. Although the matter on the 99th floor was sensational enough, only the people on the adjacent floors knew exactly what had happened. The customers on the other floors basically did not know what had happened on the 99th floor. At this moment, they were all discussing the young man on the empty ground below. There were even quite a number of people who revealed mocking expressions. Su Nu's face darkened slightly. With a cold snort, he also jumped down and stood in front of Zhuowen. The two of them faced each other from a distance. Eh? It was really Su Nu from Marquis Mansion of Baichuan. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? You actually dare to challenge an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator with 5 wheels? Are you courting death? Su Nu's appearance immediately caused an uproar among the people who were paying attention in the restaurant. Only now did they realize that the Su Nu that the young man had challenged was really Su Nu, the inner court elder of Marquis Baichuan's mansion. The two of them set up a death match on the empty ground. Is Zui Wang elder not going to intervene? A middle-aged man with a dignified expression snorted coldly. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and Su Nu below. His face was full of displeasure. He had come here to drink and drink tea, not to watch others fight to the death. Bang! As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an extremely wretched figure fell from the sky. When the crowd looked over, they immediately discovered that this wretched figure was Zui Wang elder, the owner of the 100-year wine. What was even more shocking was that there was actually a beggar in rags standing on the back of drunkard old man. Moreover, this beggar was even posing in midair in a very hateful manner. He thought that he was very handsome, and the narcissistic expression on his face was extremely infuriating. Who was this beggar? How could he stand directly on Zui Wang elder's back and use him as a mount? Such a scene caused everyone to roll their eyes, speechless to the extreme. After landing on the ground, Lu Hantian kicked Zui Wang elder fiercely. Zui Wang elder bent down with a flattering smile on his face, allowing Lu Hantian to slowly walk down to the ground with an expression of, "I am a good dog." At this moment, Zui Wang elder really did not know what to say. The beggar in front of him was too strong. Killing him was as easy as pinching an ant. He did not dare to have the slightest disobedience. Zui Wang elder's performance made everyone's jaws drop again. Was this still the superior Zui Wang elder? Why did he not even dare to fart in front of the beggar? Moreover, he acted like a dog. What a good dog. Alright, scram to the side. This old man wants to watch the fight between these two, Lu Hantian said in a carefree manner. Ah! I will get lost, I will get lost. Zui Wang elder still had a flattering smile on his face. Then, he lay on the ground and rolled to the side. Such a performance once again refreshed everyone's bottom line. Zhuowen was somewhat speechless as he looked at Lu Hantian's prank. This old man had probably been locked up in the Blood Devil's land of inheritance for a long time. There was something wrong with his mind. What he did was really ridiculous. Zui Wang elder was almost broken by him. On the opposite side, Su Nu's face twitched and turned pale. This beggar was too strange. He must not fall into the hands of this person. Otherwise, his fate would be even worse than Zui Wang elder's. Let's start. Don't be so wishy-washy. Boy, finish off this old man in 3 moves. He is an eyesore to me. Lu Hantian waved his hand and laughed. Finish off in 3 moves. This was too arrogant. Su Nu was an ultimate 5-wheel emperor. The young man in front of him was probably not as strong as Su Nu. How could he finish him off in 3 moves? Zhuowen nodded as if he was serious. He opened his right hand and a bone spear with cold light appeared in his hand. He pointed the tip of the spear at Su Nu and said indifferently, 3 moves is too much. 1 move is enough. As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his imposing aura gushed out like the eruption of a volcano. The surrounding air flowed upwards like an inverted waterfall, and it gave rise to a myriad of strong waves. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was ghastly cold. This aura was like a vast ocean, spreading throughout the entire open space. Everyone had an illusion that the open space was no longer an open space, but a vast and boundless ocean. This was a display of a powerful aura. Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor. The moment Zhuowen's aura burst out, Su Nu's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Shock appeared on his face. No wonder this young man in front of him dared to challenge him. It turned out that the former was a genuine Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor. A Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor. How old is this young man? He is not even 20 years old, right? He has reached the Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor at such a young age. Isn't that a little too terrifying? The number one genius of Muqin County, Luitao, also reached the Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor at the age of 21. This young man is younger than Luitao, but he has also reached the Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor. Is his talent even more terrifying than Luitao's? Who is this young man? He is definitely not an ordinary person with such cultivation at such a young age. When did such a monstrous genius appear in Muqin County? For a moment, the entire Century Brood restaurant was in an uproar. Many people had thought that Zhuowen was overestimating himself by challenging Su Nu, but when Zhuowen released the aura of an Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor, this thought had long been thrown out of the window. This guy, how is this possible? Not far away, Su Mei, who was covering her face, saw the figure with messy hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that this young man, who she had never taken seriously, would have such terrifying talent and strength. He had reached the Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor before the age of 20. This was a monstrous genius who had surpassed Luitao. It was only a matter of time before such a genius reached the level of her father, Su Chang. At this moment, Su Mei's delicate body trembled. Her heart was filled with regret. She hated herself for looking for trouble. Such a genius was not someone she could afford to offend. Even her father, Su Chang, would not casually offend such a genius and make a strong enemy for the house of Marquises of Baichuan. Elder Su Nu, you must win. Su Mei muttered to herself in a daze. Little brother, you are indeed extremely talented. However, you and I are both at the initial stage of the Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor realm. Aren't you a little too arrogant to think that you can defeat me in one move? Su Nu's face darkened as he sensed the vast aura within Zhuowen's body. He snorted coldly. Arrogant? In my opinion, it's not that I'm arrogant. It's just that you're not worthy of me using a second move. You only have one chance to attack me. If you don't grasp it, you'll die here. Zhuowen flicked the tip of the bone spear. He was as calm as water. After obtaining the inheritance of the blood demon, ordinary Ultimate Five-Wheel Emperor realm cultivators were no longer qualified to be his opponent. If Zhuowen revealed his trump card, he would not even fear a Ultimate Six-Wheel Emperor realm cultivator. Good, good. I'd like to see how you'll defeat me in one move. Su Nu was so angry that he laughed. He stomped his foot and a violent aura surged out. Following that, Su Nu's figure flashed and he actually vanished from the spot. He turned into a series of afterimages and instantly appeared above Zhuowen. Meteor Cross Steel. With a low shout, Su Nu formed a complicated seal with his hands. For a moment, the surrounding air flowed in reverse. The space collapsed and formed many black holes. Within the black holes, huge cross-shaped steels that were dozens of feet long quickly appeared. Like a storm, countless cross-shaped steels fell and crashed into Zhuowen's body. For a moment, the huge open space was filled with cross-shaped steels. The moment Su Nu displayed the cross-shaped steels, many people's expressions changed. The Meteor Cross Steel was extremely famous in the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. It was an Upper Emperor armor technique with terrifying power. Su Nu. Looks like you didn't grasp your only remaining chance. It's my turn now. After a moment of silence, a clear voice slowly reverberated under the countless steels. Following that, countless huge steels shattered one after another. Gravel flew everywhere. Chapter 583. Realization of death. In an instant, Zhuowen leaped into the sky. His spear moved like a furious dragon. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed and a black hole appeared. It seemed slow but was actually fast. Block it. Su Nu's face was extremely gloomy when he saw that the meteor cross steel could not do anything to Zhuowen. He was inexplicably shocked. The youth in front of him was indeed terrifying. The meteor cross steels were a high-level emperor-level armor technique, after all. The power of the steels was even greater. Most ultimate emperors with 5 wheels would be injured, but Zhuowen was completely unharmed. At this moment, Zhuowen's bone spear had arrived. It looked ordinary, but a trace of contempt appeared in Su Nu's eyes. With a shake of his sleeve, a terrifying power gushed out and formed a green tortoiseshell wall in front of him. Clang! The bone spear arrived in an instant and blasted the tortoiseshell wall. A crisp sound rang out, and then Su Nu was shocked to find that the tortoiseshell wall collapsed inch by inch like tofu. Whoosh! The bone spear pierced through the wall like a hot knife through butter and instantly swept towards Su Nu's forehead. An unfathomable spear intent burst out and the bone spear's speed suddenly soared to the extreme. It was so fast that even Su Nu could not see it clearly. A cold light flashed and Zhuowen passed by Su Nu in an instant. The bone spear was flat, and on the green tip of the spear, a trace of cherry red blood dripped down. In the silent open space, the sound was ear-piercing and loud. This spear had a soul and was called Spear Intent. When Spear Intent burst out, it was invincible among the same level. What's going on? Who won? Within the restaurant, countless people were staring at the two figures who were facing each other with their backs facing each other on the empty ground. Just now, after the two of them had passed each other, the two of them were like stone statues, not moving at all. It was impossible to tell who had won the exchange just now. Puff! An arrow of blood shot into the sky. Su Nu slowly turned his head. His eyes bulged as he stared at Zhuowen's back. On his neck, a thin line of blood slowly spread. Then, blood gushed out like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom! Falling to the ground, Su Nu's life force gradually disappeared. His eyes were wide open. He still didn't know why Zhuowen's spear aura had soared to such a terrifying level at the last moment. Even he couldn't see it clearly. He had been completely defeated. The moment Su Nuyang fell to the ground, it was as if a bomb had been ignited. The entire century-old brew restaurant was in an uproar. Defeated? Su Nu was really defeated, and he was killed in one move. At this moment, everyone's gazes converged on the young man carrying the green coffin on his back on the other side of the empty ground. Their eyes were filled with respect. This mysterious young man was too terrifying. Su Nu was defeated in one move just as he had said. How strong was this young man? How great was his potential? That was the only thought in everyone's mind. It's your turn. He flicked the tip of the spear with his right hand, and the remaining blood on the spear evaporated into nothingness under the force of his finger. Then, he pointed the bone spear at Su Mei, who was not far away, whose face was filled with fear. No. Let me go. I shouldn't have offended you. I know I was wrong. I only beg you to forgive me. With a plop, Su Mei directly knelt on the ground with a begging expression on her face. When Zhuowen killed Su Nu with a single move, the last hope in her heart was completely destroyed. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret and hatred. She hated herself for being so brainless. She had offended this demon for no reason. Forgive you? If I wasn't strong enough today, would you have let me go? I'm afraid not. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed at any time. There is no absolute hunter and prey in this world. Sometimes, the hunter and the prey can be exchanged at any time. Therefore, to live in this world, everyone must be prepared to die. After saying that, Zhuowen moved. With a stomp of his foot, his whole body turned into several residual shadows. In an instant, he passed by Su Mei. The bone spear swept across her neck mercilessly. Blood splattered. Su Mei's expression froze, and then she slowly fell to the ground. The restaurant was silent. Zhuowen's decisive and ruthless means had completely stunned everyone. Many people were full of fear. They swore that they would never offend such a demon like Su Mei. Otherwise, the consequences would not be any better than Su Nu and Su Mei. Su Nu and Su Mei are dead. This time, the house of Marquis Baichuan has suffered a great loss. I wonder how Su Chang will feel when he knows about this. Many people were even gloating. Su Nu and Su Mei had a high status in the house of Marquis Baichuan. Now that both of them were dead, Su Chang would probably be furious. Brother Zhuo? You are Brother Zhuo? After dealing with Su Mei and Su Nu, Zhuowen was about to enter the Century Brood restaurant with Lu Hantian. Suddenly, a voice of surprise rang out from the crowd. Immediately, a beautiful girl in red rushed towards Zhuowen. Looking at the excited girl in red, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He could not help but say, Miss Honglian, you are also here. The red-clothed girl in front of him was a disciple of the Jade Lady Astral Court. She was also the junior sister who had the best relationship with Clear Lotus. Zhuowen had once saved her in the dark forest on the second floor of the Vitality Tower. Speaking of which, Zhuowen had to kill Su Liang, the second son of the house of Marquis Baichuan, to save this girl and Qinglian. Thus, he had a blood feud with the house of Marquis Baichuan. You are not dead. And you came out of the Vitality Tower? Did you get the inheritance of the Blood Devil? You know, senior sister Qinglian has been depressed for a long time because of you. As soon as Honglian came, she threw out a lot of questions, which gave Zhuowen a lot of headaches. Yo! Boy, you have good luck with women. This girl is a few years younger than you. You actually killed her. Tut tut, you really have the demeanor of your big brother when I was young. Haha. At this time, Lu Hantian came over with a dirty face. His face was full of lewd ridicule. His eyes kept moving between Zhuowen and Honglian with an expression that said, I knew it, which made Zhuowen want to beat him up. After all, Honglian was an inexperienced girl. After being teased by Lu Hantian, her original liveliness disappeared. She lowered her head, and a trace of blush appeared on her cheeks. She stammered, Senior, you misunderstood. In fact, Brother Zhuo and I are ordinary friends. Yes, yes. I know, I know. Lu Hantian still nodded with a smirk on his face. His expression said, You are lying. Zhuowen couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, It is not convenient to talk here. How about we go inside the Centennial Wine House? The reason Zhuowen said this was because he saw a trace of hesitation in Honglian's eyes. It was obvious that Honglian was still hiding something from him. Lu Hantian suddenly shouted, You Zueweng old man, hurry up and lead us to the 100th floor of the Centennial Wine House. Bring me the best wine and dishes. Not far away, Zueweng old man, who was pretending to be dead, quickly rolled over to Lu Hantian's feet. He stood up and said with a flattering smile, This little one will lead the way. 3 sirs, please follow me. Zueweng old man had a submissive appearance. He then eagerly led the 3 of them into the Centennial Wine House. Brother Zhuo. That really is the Centennial Wine House's owner, Zue Weng Old Man. Zue Weng Old Man's performance really shocked Honglian. Zue Weng Old Man was known as the #1 person below the 5 magnates. He was a high and mighty figure. However, such a person didn't show any temper in front of Zhuowen and Lu Hantian. Instead, he acted like a servant and fawned over them. Yes. Let's go. Let's talk inside the Centennial Wine House. With that, the 4 of them quickly ascended to the top floor of the Centennial Wine House, leaving the rest of the people in the restaurant staring at each other. The scene just now was too shocking. Everyone began to guess the origins of the youth with the green coffin and the beggar. Zhuowen, Honglian, and Lu Hantian sat in a luxurious room. Zhuowen looked at Honglian and said, "What happened to Qinglian? Did she obtain one of the ancient inheritances?" Senior sister Qinglian successfully obtained the Wind Sword Sex inheritance. She's now at the peak of the 4th wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Her strength is probably comparable to an early-stage 5th wheel Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. However, because of what happened to Brother Zhua, senior sister Qinglian was greatly affected. She's now in closed-door cultivation. She's only willing to come out after the War of the 9 Counties begins, Honglian said helplessly. Zhuowen nodded slightly when he heard that. However, he was slightly surprised. Qinglian's cultivation had been at the bottom of the pile, only at the mid-2nd wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. After obtaining the Wind Sword Sex inheritance, she'd actually reached the peak of the 4th wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. It seemed that Qinglian had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the Wind Sword sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to advance so quickly. Zhuowen was naturally happy for his friend. "Miss Honglian. I saw your eyes flicker and your brows knit together. Is there something else?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. After seeing Red Lotus for the first time, he keenly noticed that apart from being excited and happy to see him, there was also a trace of hesitation. This trace of hesitation gave Zhuowen a bad premonition. Honglian's eyes flickered. She sighed softly, "I originally didn't want to talk to you about this, but the senior beside you is unfathomable. Perhaps you really can resolve that calamity this time." "What calamity?" Zhuowen hurriedly asked. The bad feeling in his heart grew even stronger. Vine Armor City and Broken Rock City have been destroyed. After a moment of hesitation, Honglian clenched her teeth and told Zhuowen the news that shocked him. Rumble. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed to the size of needles. He suddenly clenched his right hand, causing the wine cup in his hand to shatter inch by inch. Due to his excitement, his uncontrollable aura surged out, causing the entire table to shatter. "What? What did you say? Vine Armor City and Broken Rock City have been destroyed? How is that possible?" Chapter 584. Bronze paper kite. The surging killing intent spread throughout the restaurant like a tidal wave. The surrounding tables crumbled under the killing intent and turned into wood shavings. Lu Hantian's playful smile vanished. This was the first time he had seen the usually indifferent Zhuowen reveal such a strong killing intent. Perhaps the Vine Armor City and Broken Rock City that Red Lotus had mentioned were extremely important to Zhuowen. "I'm sorry. I was too agitated just now. Miss Red Lotus, can you tell me in detail what happened?" Zhuowen gradually calmed down and looked straight at Red Lotus as he spoke. Lu Hantian couldn't help but nod when he saw that Zhuowen was able to regain his composure in such a short period of time. Whether it was Zhuowen's temperament or character, Lu Hantian was extremely satisfied. He knew that if this kid continued to develop, his future would be limitless. Red Lotus stole a glance at Lu Hantian beside Zhuowen, and a trace of hesitation appeared on her pretty face. "Don't worry. Big Brother Hantian is one of us, so there's no need to be so formal." Zhuowen waved his hand and smiled. Seeing this, Red Lotus's worries were also dispelled. She then began to narrate the events of the past 2 months in detail. As Red Lotus narrated, Zhuowen's face became increasingly gloomy. His fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard from them. It turned out that after the conclusion of the Vitality Tower battle, everyone believed that Zhuowen had already fallen in the Blood Devil inheritance. Therefore, they didn't wait for Zhuowen to appear and left one after another. Lu Nantian took away the top 100 geniuses of the Vitality Tower battle and began to focus on nurturing them so that they would be able to perform well in the upcoming battle of the 9 counties. As for Gu Yutian, Gu Xian, and Hu Wuying, since Zhuowen's whereabouts were unknown, many of the leaders of the forces who had been enthusiastic about Gu Yutian had become much colder and no longer paid any attention to Gu Yutian and the others. However, the Marquis of Baichuan's estate was overbearing. They actually intercepted Gu Yutian's group of 3 near the Origin Chi Tower, wanting to detain them and take them away. Fortunately, Qiu Chou and the others from Broken Rock City helped. Moreover, Luo Xing and Qing Lian both made a move, so the Marquis of Baichuan's estate did not succeed. After Gu Yutian's group of 3 returned, they arranged for the important figures of Rotten Armor City to move to Broken Rock City. However, this was all part of the Marquis of Baichuan's estate's plot. Su Tianliang purposely let Gu Yutian bring people to Broken Rock City so that they could capture all the important figures of the 2 cities in one fell swoop. Although Muqin County had a rule that super forces could not attack other forces, the rule was dead after all. The Marquis of Baichuan's estate did not attack Broken Rock City, but Su Tianliang took advantage of the loophole in the rule and secretly contacted several super cities that were not on good terms with Broken Rock City. This was a premeditated war. A total of 5 super cities were instigated by Su Tianliang. Then, 5 elite divisions, a total of 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, attacked Broken Rock City under Su Tianliang's plan. 3 days and 3 nights. Broken Rock City only lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, 1,000,000 mighty cavalry broke through the city, trampled the city walls, and wantonly slaughtered in Broken Rock City. In one night, Broken Rock City was massacred. Whether it was warriors or civilians, they were all turned into corpses. The huge Broken Rock City was turned into a graveyard. For a moment, the entire Muqin County was shaken. Broken Rock City was considered one of the top super cities in Muqin County, but it was actually massacred. This news almost spread throughout Muqin County. However, Marquis Muqin, Lu Nantian, didn't show up. Although super forces couldn't attack other forces, forces of the same level could attack and conquer cities. Whether it was massacring or being destroyed, Lu Nantian wouldn't show up because it was allowed. Although many people knew that the House of Marquis Baichuan was in charge, they were one of the super forces after all. No one dared to provoke such a powerful force. Even the House of Marquis Qin could only turn a blind eye. If it was under normal circumstances, Lu Nantian might have stood up. However, with the arrival of the War of the 9 Counties, Lu Nantian's attention was basically focused on cultivating the 100 geniuses. He basically did not have much time to deal with such matters. This was the loophole that the House of Marquis Baichuan took advantage of. Broken Rock City was destroyed. What about Senior Qiu Chou and the people of Rotten Armor City? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Senior Qiu Chou is the strongest. After the city fell, he broke through the heavy siege and escaped. However, Ouyang Yuntu and the other important figures of Broken Rock City, as well as the people of Rotten Armor City, were basically captured alive. They are now imprisoned in a newly built prison in the ruins of Broken Rock City. Originally, Su Tianliang wanted to order people to kill all the captives. However, the master of the meteorite of Jade Lady Galaxy asked for the captives, so Su Tianliang did not succeed. Now, Jade Lady Galaxy is negotiating with the House of Marquis Baichuan, hoping to release the captives. Speaking of this, Hong Lian suddenly glanced at Zhuowen and carefully said, the Zhuo family is also imprisoned in the prison. It is said that because of you, Su Tianliang specially ordered people to take care of the Zhuo family. It is said that many of the Zhuo family members were tortured to death. Creak. Zhuowen clenched his fists. His heart was filled with anger, especially when he heard that many of the Zhuo family members were tortured to death. The anger in Zhuowen's heart erupted like a volcano, almost uncontrollable. What about my grandfather, uncle, and the others? Zhuowen let out a light sigh and asked. I don't know. However, those who were tortured to death were basically the members of the Zhuo family with low cultivation. Your grandfather's cultivation is not low, so he should be fine, Hong Lian said softly. Zhuowen sneered. Although Hong Lian said that it was fine, Su Tianliang's hatred for him would probably vent a lot of his anger on his grandfather, uncle, and other relatives who were close to him. Go back and say hello to the master of the meteorite for me. Thank you for interceding for my family and friends. I, Zhuowen, owe Jade Lady Galaxy a favor. Zhuowen knew that if it were not for the master of the meteorite, all the captives in Broken Rock City and Rattan Armor City would have been killed, instead of just being imprisoned. As he spoke, Zhuowen slowly stood up. His gaze became extremely fierce. Su Tianliang, you are indeed ruthless. You actually dared to attack my, Zhuowen's, friends and relatives. This time, I will absolutely not let you go. Su Tianliang was a scourge to him. If he did not get rid of him, the lives of his family and friends would not be guaranteed. Zhuowen. You better not be rash. Broken Rock City is now heavily guarded. Moreover, it is said that there are several Ultimate Emperor Realm martial artists guarding it. It is impossible for you to save them alone. Seeing Zhuowen stand up, Hong Lian hurriedly pulled Zhuowen back. Her face was full of worry. Zhuowen shook his head and said, if someone gives me a drop of water, I will give them back an ocean. In the prison of Broken Rock City, there are my family and friends. They have all helped and supported me. Although I, Zhuowen, am not a person who is afraid of death. There are things that a man should do and things that he should not do. If I were to ignore my family and friends being imprisoned, would I still be a human? I must go to Broken Rock City. Zhuowen shook his right hand and shook off Hong Lian's hand. He slowly walked out of the restaurant. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, a figure blocked his path. Big brother Han Tian. Don't tell me that you also want to advise me not to be rash. Zhuowen said in a low voice as he stared at the sloppy man in front of him. At this moment, Lu Hantian looked at the stubborn youth in front of him with a complicated gaze. However, he shook his head and said, the distance between the provincial capital and Broken Rock City is not small. With your speed, you will need at least half a month to reach there. I'm afraid that you won't be able to wait that long. At this point, Lu Hantian waved his sleeve and a small bronze bird the size of a palm quietly laid in his palm. He continued, this is a bronze kite, an Earth-rank, top-level spirit treasure. If you use this spirit treasure, you will be able to reach Broken Rock City in 3 days. Also, this is a teleportation talisman. If you encounter any danger that you cannot withstand, crush this talisman and I will be able to arrive at your side in an instant to help you solve your problems. Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but be startled. A trace of warmth emerged in his heart. Lu Hantian had indeed treated him as a brother and had done a lot for him. Thank you, big brother. Zhuowen respectfully cupped his hands and said. Go. Also, make good use of the power of the demon-suppressing green coffin. The power of the blood demon inside will be of great help to you in battle. Inside this coffin are some methods to use the power of the blood demon that I have summarized over the past 100 years. It is the experience that I have accumulated from battling the blood demon. If you study it well, it might be able to help you. Nodding his head, Lu Hantian's right hand tapped on Zhuowen's forehead. Instantly, A stream of information flowed from Lu Hantian's fingertip into Zhuowen's mind. Feeling the information surging in his mind, Zhuowen's eyes could not help but reveal a trace of brilliance. What Lu Hantian had imparted to him was the secret of how to use the power of the blood demon with ease. After grasping these secrets, Zhuowen would be able to better display the power of the blood demon within the demon-suppressing green coffin. This would undoubtedly allow Zhuowen's strength to rise to another level, increasing his chances of going to Broken Rock City by a lot. Go. You just have to pay more attention on this trip. After transmitting the information, Lu Hantian waved his right hand. The bronze paper kite in his palm suddenly expanded inch by inch, turning into a giant green bird that was several feet tall. Its wingspan was 20 meters, and a sharp bird cry shook the heavens and the earth. Then I'll take my leave first. Nodding his head, Zhuowen stomped his foot and leaped onto the back of the green bird. The green bird let out a long cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. In an instant, it turned into a green shadow and swept towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Lu Hantian's sight. Senior. Why do you want Big Brother Zhuo to go to Broken Rock City? This is simply sending him to his death. Hong Lian came to Lu Hantian's side. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stomped her foot and said unhappily. Do you think it's useful for me to stop him? Zhuowen's temper is even more stubborn than I was back then. Since he insists on going to save people, can you change his mind with just a few words? Lu Hantian shook his head. Hearing this, Hong Lian went completely silent. Lu Hantian was right. Zhuowen's temper was extremely stubborn. No matter how she tried to persuade him, it was useless. Moreover, you underestimate Zhuowen too much. This child's strength is not what it looks like on the surface. This is because he is the only monstrous genius that has obtained the inheritance of the blood demon. Chapter 585. SS Broken Rock City ruins. In Baichuan Marquis Mansion, Su Chang's face was livid. He looked at the two cold corpses in the hall, his eyes filled with killing intent. One of the corpses was a blue-robed elder, and the other was a red-clothed girl. They were Su Nu and Su Mei, who had died in the open space of the 100-Year Brew restaurant. In front of the two corpses, two servants stood on one side, trembling with fear. They dared not make a sound and were very respectful. You said that Su Nu and Mei, were killed by a young man with a green coffin. Do you know the origin of that young man? At this moment, Su Chang frowned slightly. The young man was too terrifying to be able to kill Su Nu in one move. Frankly speaking, the young man was probably a monstrous genius comparable to LV Tao. What surprised Su Chang more was that the mysterious young man was less than 20 years old. Didn't that mean that the mysterious young man's talent was more terrifying than LV Tao's? This discovery made Su Chang feel a little uneasy. When did such a terrifying young talent appear in Muqin County? Moreover, it was said that the beggar behind the mysterious young man was even more terrifying. Zoe Wang didn't even dare to fart in front of the beggar, who was suspected to be an expert in the Fourth Venerable Realm. If there was really an expert in the Fourth Venerable Realm behind the mysterious young man, Su Chang would really have a headache. Such an expert was not easy to deal with. Even Baichuan Marquis Mansion didn't want to provoke such an expert. Marquis. What should we do now? In the hall, the two servants were on tenterhooks. Humph. Make a good funeral for Mei and Su Nu. In addition, let the experts of the intelligence department investigate the mysterious young man and the beggar. I want to know the origin of these two people. Waving his hand, Su Chang said cautiously. After all, Su Chang didn't dare to act rashly, especially when he heard that the beggar was suspected to be an expert in the Fourth Venerable Realm. The two servants left. Su Chang fell into deep thought and murmured, the beggar who is suspected to be in the Fourth Venerable Realm and the young man in the green coffin with terrifying talent. Who are these two people? Thousands of miles up in the sky, a green shadow flashed past. It was a huge green bird with a wingspan of dozens of feet. Its speed was as fast as lightning as it flashed through the void. On the back of the blue bird, there was a cold figure quietly sitting cross-legged. It was a young man around the age of 19. He carried a green coffin on his back and had shoulder-length black hair. It was Zhuowen who was rushing towards Broken Rock City. There are still 3 days left. During this time, I can consolidate my cultivation and practice the blood demon's secret technique that Big Brother Han Tian passed down to me. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen lightly patted the devil suppression green coffin on his back with both hands, and an unfamiliar hand seal slowly struck out from between his hands. With a creak, the lid of the devil suppression green coffin actually slowly opened up by a sliver. Boom! A monstrous wave of pressure gushed out from the demon-suppressing green coffin. The surrounding air rotated to form countless cyclones, and space seemed to be faintly collapsing. At the same time, Zhuowen formed another hand seal. The originally surging pressure slowly dissipated, and a trace of joy appeared on Zhuowen's face. The blood demon was an ancient sacred-level creature. If nothing unexpected happened, the ancient blood demon would have been able to reach the sacred level. However, this blood demon was too unlucky. It had actually wantonly slaughtered in the Origin Chi Tower and angered everyone. As a result, before it could transform into a sacred-level creature, it was annihilated by the Ryuka Patriarch with a single move. Its vitality was greatly damaged. Even so, this ancient blood demon was still in existence at the peak of the Emperor realm. Its peak strength was probably even more terrifying than the Azure Emperor of the Azure Mystic Empire. The pressure that flowed out from it was enough to suppress most Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. The secret technique that Lu Hantian had passed on to him was to open a sliver of the demon-suppressing green coffin and use the secret technique to control the pressure that flowed out, thus suppressing the enemy. When facing an enemy, the enemy would only be able to use a portion of their strength under the pressure of the blood demon's pressure, while Zhuowen would be able to use his peak strength. This way, Zhuowen would undoubtedly be able to defeat someone stronger than him. Moreover, the more the coffin lid was opened, the more terrifying the pressure would be. If the entire demon-suppressing green coffin was opened, the pressure that would erupt would probably affect even 4 exalted realm cultivators. However, the consequence of that was that the blood demon's soul would probably be able to escape the restraints of the demon-suppressing green coffin. When Lu Hantian had passed on this secret technique, he had warned Zhuowen that the demon-suppressing green coffin could only be opened by a third. Otherwise, with Zhuowen's current strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress the blood demon at all. The blood demon would probably find an opportunity to escape. However, once Zhuowen reached the 4 exalted realm and his strength reached the Empyrean realm like Lu Hantian, he would be able to completely control the blood demon's power. At that time, Zhuowen's strength would receive an extremely terrifying increase. Although he might not be a match for an Emperor realm cultivator, it was possible for him to escape from an Emperor realm cultivator with his life. 3 days passed very quickly. Within these 3 days, Zhuowen not only grasped the basics of the blood demon's secret technique, but he also used the 2 newly obtained earth fires to fuse the 6-colored refining flame. Its power was extremely powerful and was probably comparable to a 6-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Back then, Zhuowen was also taken aback when he fused the 6-colored refining flames. Its might was truly terrifying. With the 6-colored refining flames by his side, Zhuowen was much more confident in his trip to Broken Rock City. In a dense forest 1,000 miles away from Broken Rock City, a green shadow flashed by and a huge green bird slowly descended. Zhuowen jumped down and waved his right hand. The green bird shrank to the size of a palm and was kept in his spirit ring. Looking at Broken Rock City 1,000 miles away, Zhuowen's expression became gloomy. The once prosperous and grand Broken Rock City was no longer there. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from the city was a ruin. Countless broken walls stood in great numbers and smoke filled the air. It was completely filled with a decadent and abandoned aura. Creak. Looking at the broken rock city that was no longer what it used to be, Zhuowen's eyes turned slightly red. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He never thought that the once prosperous and huge city would become like this. His heart was already filled with coldness and hatred. Marquis House of Baichuan, Su Tianliang, I, Zhuowen, will slowly settle this score with you. Zhuowen muttered coldly to himself as he carefully walked towards the ruins in front of him. In the middle of the ruins, there was a square black iron wall. That iron wall should be the prison that Hong Lian mentioned. Around the prison, there were groups of armored soldiers with spears in their hands patrolling back and forth. Moreover, there was vigilance and viciousness between their brows. Looking at the vigilant expressions of the soldiers, Zhuowen was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that these soldiers knew that he, Zhuowen, had returned to save people, so they were all so heavily guarded? However, this thought was quickly overturned by Zhuowen. Now, the entire Muqin County probably already believed that he, Zhuowen, had died in the Blood Demon Legacy land. It was unlikely that they would guess that he would come to save the captives in Vine Armor City and Broken Rock City. Could it be that someone else has come to save the captives? Moreover, these soldiers should have suffered a few losses already. Speaking up to this point, Zhuowen suddenly thought of a person, and that was Chiu Chou. Hong Lian had said that when Broken Rock City was destroyed, only Chiu Chou had managed to escape. Most likely, other than Zhuowen, Chiu Chou was the only one who wanted to rescue the captives. Originally, when Hong Lian said that Chiu Chou had broken out of the encirclement and escaped alone, Zhuowen actually held some grudges in his heart. However, the current situation was probably different from what he had imagined. Chiu Chou was probably not escaping, but conserving his strength to save the others. There were several tens of thousands of soldiers patrolling outside the prison. Every single one of them was an elite. The weakest was at the Human King realm, while the strongest was at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. Although these soldiers weren't strong individually, when tens of thousands of them worked together, even an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator would find it difficult to break through. Zhuowen had also observed that the soldiers had surrounded them so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It wouldn't be that easy to break through. Looks like I can only force my way through. Zhuowen took in a deep breath. He knew that the outside of the prison was heavily guarded. There was no other way except to force his way through. Silently circulating the world force within him, Zhuowen slowly adjusted his presence. Once his presence had reached its peak, it would be time for him to force his way through. Boom! Suddenly, a world-shaking tremor arose from the ruins in front of them. Zhuowen, who had been accumulating power and waiting, was also stunned by this unforeseen event. Let's go. Chiu Chou is here again. This time, we must capture him alive. This will be a great merit. Don't worry. The 5 city lords have set up an inescapable net this time. If Chiu Chou dares to come, he will definitely be captured alive. Damn it. It's best to capture Chiu Chou alive. During this period of time, this fellow has been popping out like a cockroach every day. He has killed many of our brothers. This time, he must not return alive. Immediately, the several tens of thousands of soldiers outside the prison began to move. They all gathered towards the east, and the faint voices allowed Zhuowen to understand the situation. It really is Senior Chiu. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen slowly dispersed the presence within his body. Instead, he withdrew his presence and silently followed behind a group of soldiers. With Zhuowen's current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to conceal his presence without being discovered. Dozens of miles to the east, there was a rather wide open space. At this moment, several tens of thousands of soldiers were gathered in this open space like a black mass of ants. In the center of the open space, a middle-aged man with a fierce expression and a disheveled figure was surrounded by the soldiers. This middle-aged man was Chiu Chou. Zhuowen also noticed that Qiu Chou looked dispirited and the presence within his body was extremely weak. Originally, he was at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm, but now, his strength had dropped to the intermediate Ultimate Emperor realm. He had most likely suffered severe internal injuries that had reduced his strength. Ha! Qiu Chou, the former dazzling genius of Broken Rock City and the strongest expert, how did he end up in such a sorry state today? Hehe, Broken Rock City has been destroyed. You must be very sad. A slightly ear-piercing voice resounded in the empty space. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was floating in the air, looking down at the miserable Qiu Chou below with a mocking smile on his face. Lin Yao. If it weren't for the secret support of the Marquis of Baichuan, even if the 5 super cities joined forces, you would not be a match for Broken Rock City. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of trash. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.